Cool. So everybody, welcome to the Global Dynamics 365 Bootcamp. For those who attended last year, our objective is to cover the full stack of the Dynamics 365 ecosystem, and we did that. However, I felt we didn't do justice to Business Central and some of the other components of the Dynamics 365 platform, and that's what this week is all about. It's about making sure we do full justice to Business Central, because we only had one day on Business Central last year. So now we are giving Business Central its full due in glory, where we're delivering a 3-day bootcamp. Today is to help you master the functional, ideal for beginners. So if you are a beginner, don't worry. We will be making things as simple as possible, breaking down the concept as much as we can, given the time frame, to be able for you to wrap your head around Business Central. It may be that you're already working inside Business Central. It may be that you're coming from a different dynamic stack or from a different application background. So our objective for this bootcamp is for you to overcome that. So please do not worry. No question is a silly question. Please share it in the chat. One of the main questions is, will recordings be shared? They will eventually be shared, but not immediately. The reason why they won't immediately be shared is because we could just upload the videos and that's that, right? We can just speak to an empty audience, and no one really wants to do that. So we've made this a live interactive bootcamp, so you will learn. Eventually, we will share the recordings. However, I don't want you to rely on recordings. I want you to learn in an interactive manner, because that's the only way you'll learn, okay? So without further ado, any other questions? Again, feel free to use the chat again. No question is a silly question. We want you to understand Business Central. We want you to learn. And it's all about making sure everyone is on this learning journey together and making it fun as well. So just to go through today's bootcamp. So what's the agenda for today? We're kicking off with an introduction to the architecture and the concepts of Business Central. Then Narayan will be actually showing you Business Central, showing you how to get started with using Business Central. Then we'll move on to Sahani, Bandam, who will actually cover one of the core features of Business Central, which is the financial management features, one of the core mechanisms for you to understand how transactions are processed. Then we'll move on to sales and service features inside of Business Central, because the thing about Business Central, it is a complete all-in-one solution, which includes both accounting as well as sales and service. And so it's important to see what comes out of the box with Business Central for sales and service as well, because you need to be able to run your business, and you can't run a business without sales and service. Then we go to inventory and purchase management, another key fundamental concept and mechanism that's tightly linked to financial management. So we'll be doing a deep dive into that, and then followed by an end-to-end financial consolidation Business Central, right? So the topics that we're covering are the topics that you demanded last year, the topics that you needed more coverage on, and that's what we're covering. And then we'll move on to reporting, account schedules and analysis views, because reporting is probably, when you're working on a Business Central project, I'd say reporting is almost half of your requirements, at least a third. And finally, warehouse configuration. Last year we covered manufacturing. This year we're covering warehouse. And it's another core functionality, because most implementations will require warehouse. Very few implementations require the manufacturing component. So we thought we'd include that in today. Okay, and just to be clear, for tomorrow, we will be covering the technical bootcamp. So the technical bootcamp is more involved in back end of managing and configuring Business Central. So the first part is to do with Power BI. Again, as I mentioned, it's highly involved. Most implementations require a lot of analytics and reporting. We'll show you how to do that successfully with Power BI. Then it's all about business analysis. When you're working on a real project, how do you capture those requirements and how do you deliver them as Business Central solutions? And we've also got data quality, another very, very key requirement for projects. When you're migrating, say, Sage or any other accounting software, QuickBooks onto Business Central, You have to do a lot of data quality. And next is MCP servers with none other than Stefano De Miliani, who is the author of the Business Central cookbook. So it's a huge pleasure to have him there to teach you how to leverage MCP servers, which, as you know, is a game changer in our industry. And that's followed by one of USA's leading experts on Business Central, AJ Azhari, and he'll be showing you how to leverage more of the MCP agentic experience within inside of Excel, because for most people who use Business Central, Excel worksheets are still very much an important place to manage your workload. And then we'll move on to administration of Business Central, self-healing job queues, and using AI to resolve many of those issues. So often you have issues with trial balances and with flows and bulk jobs. All of those need to be managed, especially when dealing with hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of transactions. And then finally, we'll cover Wave 1 update. And then on the final day, if you want to become a developer for Business Central, then that's the day you want to join, because you will learn how to get started with development from scratch, right? So getting started with AL development, and then we'll show you how to leverage AL within Copilot Studio. Within Visual Studio and GitHub Copilot. We'll also be showing you how to leverage Dataverse and virtual entities with Business Central. And then we'll be carrying on covering extensions with GitHub Copilot. Also about upgrades. Upgrades is obviously with the amount of updates that Business Central is currently shipping, it is quite a big challenge. It's amazing the amount of updates that are shipped for Business Central. It's really a great example of how to really ship a large cadence of updates, but it's hard to keep up to date with. And so we need to ensure how to manage that for customers as well as your own implementation. And finally, auditing, because as we know, in this space of ERP, auditing and compliance is paramount. So that's the plan. So it is action-packed. I hope, and my objective is every single minute, every single day of this boot camp, you are going to take something away and improve your life or improve your project life in some way or the other, right? That's how we've designed it. No fluff whatsoever in the next few days. And to be able to do that, we wanted to thank our sponsors who allow us to support us in delivering these boot camps around the world and the in-person events as well. So Dynamics Minds is one of our key community supporters. They hold a very large conference in Slovenia, Portugal. It's probably, in my opinion, the best conference on Dynamics. There's a special 10% discount code. So this is exclusive for our attendees for the bootcamp. The early bird tickets are now finished, so you can't get them anymore. So this is the only discount available for that event right now. That's the only one. So if you want to attend with a discount, this is the only code you can use to get that discount. I also want to thank DocCentric, as well as Doc42, Executive Automat for automated testing for Dynamics. There's also Expert Property 365 that have developed a property management solution for Business Central, and also Pi9, who are delivering and helping customers implement Business Central around the world. So thank you for the sponsors. So that's the final chance you get to see the 10% discount code for Dynamics Minds. So once again, Dynamics Minds is in my opinion, I'm sure many people will agree, it's the premier Dynamics 365 conference that takes place in Europe. It's very large, covers everything across the Dynamics 365 stack with all the greatest speakers. And this is your chance to attend if you've never attended. It's one of the most beautiful places I've ever visited in Europe. So it's a great opportunity. Everyone gets excited. So here's the last chance to take that promo code. I'll share it in the chat shortly. Okay, and one more final thing is there's also, if you are more of a technical person that's involved in implementing more than Business Central, more of the Microsoft stack, such as Azure, AI, other Dynamics products such as CE, F&O, Power BI, Data Platform, DevOps, and cybersecurity, then we are doing it. So this event covers everything the first time we're doing this event in London. I will share the link in the chat shortly, but if you want to find it online, it's basically the Microsoft. Just type in Cloud Engineering Summit and you should find it, cloudengineeringsummit.org. And you currently will get an early bird ticket. I think it's only £15. So great opportunity to become a Microsoft Cloud engineer as opposed to just a Dynamics consultant or a Power Platform consultant. Okay, we spent lots of time on the introduction today, guys. So I just want to jump into it now. So where do we begin with Business Central? Okay. So when we're talking about Business Central, okay, what are we working with? What infrastructure are we working with? You're dealing with a SaaS product. We have to remember that Business Central previously was an on-premise server installation, and over the past few years, it's moved to a SaaS first product. But it's important to appreciate the history of Business Central as Dynamics now, because that may help you when it comes to developing and managing the service. So under the hood, it is consisted of Windows containers. Obviously, it's hosted in Azure. So obviously, you get the Microsoft Identity Services and Entra services as standard, as well as the Microsoft 365 ecosystem around it. But it's important for you to understand that the Windows containerized services have been moving to Azure workloads, but still very much the Windows containerized services still exist for the ERP products such as Business Central and F&O, whereas EE has largely moved away from those Windows containerized services. And therefore, that's important from a kind of scaling perspective. So you've got the web server, the Business Central server that handles, and then the AL debugger, right? So the Business Central server is primarily for handling the AL executions and the workloads, whereas the web server is more for the client, the web client. And then you've got the task scheduler as well, and blob storage. But more importantly, as you know, you've got the Azure SQL DB and then the report server. So the reason why that's so important is because it's different to F&O. If I quickly show you the F&O infrastructure, you'll notice why there is a difference between Business Central and F&O, why Business Central is so much cheaper than F&O. So if I just bring that for you now. Okay, so if you look at the F&O stack, it's considerably more utilization of many additional Azure services, right? So you've got a lot more databases, you've got a lot more cloud-hosted servers, AOS servers, back servers, management servers, retail servers. You've got the entity store, but then you've also got the AXDB, and then in addition to that, you've got entity store. You've got database for BYOD, bring your own database. You've got files and attachments. You've got telemetry. So there's a lot more infrastructure required for Business Central. Why is that? I'm going to go into the depths of why that is now. So let's jump back into the Business Central architecture. Okay. So Business Central is also, because it's hosted in Azure, we have the benefit that it's highly integrated and tightly integrated with the rest of the Microsoft ecosystem, including obviously the Power Platform. And this is where the Azure infrastructure is leveraged. So we've got Event Grid and Azure functions that enable us to be able to leverage the integrations with Power Apps, with Power Automate, Azure Synapse, and Dynamics CE. So yes, as I mentioned earlier, Business Central does have some sales and service capability, highly restricted. There's not much investment in there, and the reason why is because obviously Microsoft wants you to use CE as a CRM, as a complete end-to-end CRM versus kind of bake it all into Business Central, which works as fine as it is. And you have the support for Azure Synapse, but in addition to that, We have additional Azure function capability to support webhooks, custom connectors, virtual tables, and e-commerce plugins. So some of the native plugins included in Business Central. Shopify is one of them, but there are out-of-the-box plugins that you can use for integrations with e-commerce. And so we also have event-grade integrations and with Power Pages supporting custom APIs as well as custom connectors. So this infrastructure that we're looking at, what's it there to serve? Well, let's look at the core foundations of Business Central, right? We're working with legal entities that are performing transactions. Now, the reason why Business Central database is so different to, say, a Power Platform database or a CE database is because it is a transaction-centric architecture as opposed to a customer-centric architecture. So if we look at the key relationships involved in Business Central, you've got the companies, and it does support multi-company implementations. And some of you may question, well, why do you need F&O if Business Central does support multiple legal entities? Well, it's because F&O handles it at large, with much larger thresholds of volumes. Yes, Business Central can support many business units, many legal entities. There isn't a hard limit on that, but you will come to a threshold, right? Whereas F&O is designed for international, global transactions, right? So the architecture has been highly defined to support those scenarios. For Business Central, it will support it, but as you saw in the architecture, it's one database, right? And all the legal entities are managed in that one database. So you have to be careful of that. Some customers may implement multiple implementations of Business Central and integrate them. But it's important for you to be aware that, typically speaking, the typical implementation for a Business Central would be about, say, I don't know, maybe 5 to 20 legal entities, right? 5 to 10, more in that range. F&O would support a lot more. So usually Business Central is very well suited to local companies that operate within a specific region. It does support localization, but F&O is more tailored towards larger volumes of transactions, right? So I want to make that clear. Now, product management, warehouse management, what are these, right? So these are regarded as your fixed assets. And that's an important definition because as part of the chart of account, these products need to be defined so that the calculations can take place in the posting groups, right? So when we talk about posting groups, what is posting groups, right? So I mentioned posting groups to you, and we've got the localization, government impacts. So the government will impact the implementation from a localization perspective. Okay, language is a standard one, but where else? VAT, tax, right? So these are things that you need to consider. Also bank setups so that you can handle the transactions across Business Central. Business Central does include project management functionality as well. Regarded as job, you may be selling not just products, but maybe a job, maybe you're a construction company, and then you want to manage your services as projects. And you will also have relationships with your employees in HR, very light HR. Vendor is one of the main stakeholders, your suppliers, and the delivery of those goods, and of course customers, which are central to any business application. So when we're talking about transactions, what are we talking about? How are all these relationships involved in a transaction? So the life cycle of a transaction involves posting groups and documents, involves journals, posting setups, and chart of accounts. So we've got the chart of accounts all defined. When you do implementations, you will set up your chart of accounts. You'll define what they are for your specific organization, depending on what products you sell. You'll set up your dimensions, and then that will help you define the posting groups, and then set up your accounting periods and the VAT setup, right? So the life cycle of what happens in that life cycle is that all these relationships are used to construct your chart of accounts, right? To define your posting group. And each transaction, F&O and Business Central are a double entry accounting system, which means every single time a entry is logged, it has to get logged across the whole of the chart of accounts, right? It has to log it against every single type of dimension, meaning it's not enough just to say you've got a credit and a debit. You have to break that down across all of the various dimensions from all these various different perspectives, right? From accounting to meet accounting compliance needs and reporting needs, you need to be able to do this so you can manage an organization. So the way it would work is that you'd have, say, for the vendor, you'd have a vendor posting group. You'd create a posting group for a vendor to get that set up and configured. And then that would get posted every time there's a transaction with a vendor. That generate a document. We refer to that as a document. So that posting group would have a document that would then get posted as a journal. That's a key important concept, journals, right? So everything gets logged. These documents get stored against a journal, and these journals can be the general ledger. You've got fixed assets, as I mentioned, so you'll have a separate journal for your fixed assets, which are the assets that you own in your organization, because those finances are tracked. It's not physical money, but the van, the warehouse, your buildings represents physical money, and that needs to also be tracked. So that would also be regarded in your journal. You'll have a journal set up to track those fixed assets, and then you'll have bank accounts to track which bank account you are storing you're making your transactions against. Then it'll go to a posting setup, right? So you'd post once you've defined the dimensions of those journals and those documents. You then post it, right? So when you post it, that's when it generates all the various entries against your chart of accounts. So it gives you the full breakdown of the transaction, the life cycle of that transaction. So it posts your general posting setup, your inventory posting setup, your VAT posting setup, customer posting groups, vendor groups, bank accounts, fixed assets, right? It will then break the transaction down for each and every one of these relationships that we have here. And that will then make up your chart of account, which will show your revenue, your item cost, your capacity cost, your depreciation of your fixed assets, interest calculations. Then you've got your balances, your up-to-date balances for your fixed assets, your current assets, your liabilities. All of these need to be tracked, right, from an accounting and compliance perspective. So that's how Business Central and any ERP system would actually manage those transactions. So let's have a quick look at the questions in the chat, see if there's any questions here. Okay, so no questions so far, so good. Okay, so these are some bread and butter basic concepts when it comes to Business Central and why the architecture is designed in the way it is for Business Central. And the main constraint is that everything is stored in a single database, and so you have to be careful when you're designing your solutions around that. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about licensing. Now let's see, we've got Narayan online. Let's have a look. Narayan, our Microsoft.
Hey, Raz.
Hey,
Yeah,
Narayan's online. So Narayan, thanks for joining. So for those who don't know who Narayan is, he is Microsoft regional lead, MCT lead, right? So he leads the Microsoft learning community, and he's a lead for that. He's also a Dynamics 365 Business Central trainer, and as well as Dynamics 365 trainer as well. So Narayan, are you okay to now take over to cover a little bit about the licensing, just to help demystify some aspects of Business Central licensing, and before you move on to the actual getting started with Business Central?
Absolutely. So just apology, the camera should be starting. It's not starting, so I'm just gonna stay off the camera and also save some bandwidth so I can speak to you properly. So let me just share my screen and I can just talk about a little bit about licensing. There is a way to understand the licensing, and that is quite important. So apologies, I'm just getting like, some permissions on the Teams. So let me know once you see my screen.
We can see your screen. Fantastic.
Brilliant. And also, let me just confirm you can hear me loud and clear.
We can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Fantastic. Thank you. So, yeah, when we start with the licensing is something I personally call it as the another PhD subject. So you need to do a proper thesis on it, proper learning on the Microsoft licensing. And this is what something everyone avoids to talk about, but we can't get away from it. And this is the reason, rather than preparing any slides which goes out of the date any minute, so I love to stay on the actual real documentation provided by Microsoft. So these are the different type of licenses are available, which is called Essential, Premium, Team Member, External Accountant, and there are offers some read-only access to Business Central through Microsoft 365 licenses as well. Now, how do I actually understand what is included and what is not? In that case, I would simply say, like, come down to either one of the licensing guide. They tend to release, Microsoft tend to release one version every month. So when you actually click on the licensing guide, there's a specific Dynamics 365 licensing guide, and it's difficult to understand, and I entirely agree with you. So the way I would search is straight away jump into Business Central area, and then I can try and understand what is available and what is not. So here they give you the brief explanation, and the important bit to understand the about of like what functionalities are included within the licensing. So if I go with essential license, what is it included? And there is a one further down in terms of the further explanation about the granular functionalities, and also there is a capability matrix underneath that. So it goes into like quite a long detail, and there are limits, and everything has been like must be understood properly. So as I said, this is going to be another your PhD subject, but there are about there are a number of things you need to consider role they're going to perform. If you're going to use the out of the box role, you can easily identify which license you would like to utilize. If you are creating a custom roles, that's where your responsibility to actually understand which functionality falls within the which area or capabilities. And based on that, you need to make a judgment which license is required. And as a last resource, in terms of the licensing, what you can do is simply, if you have a Microsoft Account Manager, I would simply offload that question to Account Manager to take care of all this licensing headache. But your responsibility is to explain a matrix. How do I do that? In day-to-day job of implementation as an architect, I create a capability feature matrix and put it down. Which functionalities are there? Which roles are there? Who's accessing and who's not accessing? Who can edit? Who can just read it? Create a very simple Excel matrix. And if you hand that over, they should be able to work out, or also you can actually work out once you know which capabilities falls within the one which licenses. So I'm not going to share this link because this link always changes. You can see this one is released for the March 2026, and it keeps changing it. So if you access this in April, there'll be new file. You can expect some changes. You may not expect some changes. So there are things are happening. And if you are responsible for, if you're working for a partner, you're responsible to support your customer, my recommendation is spend at least 15-20 minutes or half an hour every month. Just look at the licensing guide and see what changes are happening. Microsoft do make an announcement on what's changing, Typically, the price change is always happening, and particularly if you are outside of the US, you will notice those price changes based on the currency conversion as well. So these are the key factors you need to keep in mind. If you do have any question about the licensing, please feel free to post it in a chat window. I will try and answer that offline after my session, and I'll do my best to actually help you out as much as possible within my limits. But again, licensing, I would also put a disclaimer saying like, please do verify again against or with your account manager. If you don't have an account manager, you can raise a support ticket through your Business Central area and just say like, look, I'm using this detail. Excuse me. I need a help to identify which are the correct licenses, and there is a right person will join your support ticket area, and they will be able to help you out. If you have a partner engaged.
Yeah, and just one note I want to add to what you just said there, Narayan. But I think the key thing to remember, guys, is the Essentials license will include most of the features, but the manufacturing does require the next license up, Narayan. So
that is premium, yes.
Yeah, that's right. So it requires a premium. So again, just certain things to consider when you're planning your implementation for Business Central. Sorry, Narayan, over to you. I know you've got to do the end-to-end demo now, so I think that's enough for licensing for now, and then we'll move on to your Business Central demo.
Absolutely. So let me jump onto the Business Central demo. So this is demo for the people who really haven't touched the Business Central, or the people have thinking about implementing Business Central, or had a very, very brief understanding, or some of you who would like to understand, how do I get into the Business Central? How do I learn? What is that? Because this is not like a typical Power Platform or a CE where mixture of processes are there and you do the custom development. Here, mainly about the concept, the functional concept is a key element for you. Technical element definitely support you. It will allow you to customize the system. So when you actually land into Business Central, once you have a correct license or you have a trial version, it will land into the Business Central. The typical URL follows. You don't have to remember your organization. It's simply everyone, doesn't matter which location you are in, you will just go to the businesscentral.dynamics.com and it will land into whichever the organization you have a permission with. If you have permission with many organizations or many companies, you can actually click on the company area, which is an environment area. And that's where you have a different environments available. And within environment, any companies you have created, those companies are visible there. So this is what you can actually see directly from here. In this demo, I will try and share some links where I hope you can learn yourself. Maybe I can just I don't know whether you can interact in the chat. Does anyone wants to give a thumbs up, just telling me that you've never seen a Business Central and you're excited to get into the Business Central learning? How many of you are there? Anyone?
Yeah, there was a few thumbs up. To be honest, I just from the people who registered, Narayan, I'd say half of brand new, and the other half have some degree of experience. Yeah.
Sure, no problem at all. Great, I got some thumbs up, so it's brilliant. But this is something like, it's a basic understanding. For anyone who's used to with the Business Central, maybe it's just a refresher. You might call it some of the area differently, but this is what the language Business Central Microsoft Learn use. I'm going to try and stick to that language. So whenever you land into the Business Central, you call a role center. Some people call a homepage, depending on how you feel comfortable. But if you look at the Microsoft documentation, it says role center. So within the role center, based on your role, you will see the customized tiles, menus, and all these things, and also the licensing impacts, what Raz actually spotted about that one, which is an essential or premium license. Based on that, the other area gets unlocked for you. Some of the areas which let's get the refresher. So you have a top level menu with the company name, which you have selected. And this is your role selector. So when you actually go into that, like, this where you can actually select the which part of the journey, which part of the capabilities you would like to work on. So this gives you the full overview of these details. Other couple of things to learn about here. If you're not sure and you've forgotten the URL about how to get into the Business Central, you always click on this magic 9 dots and you come down here, search for Business Central. And if you have a Business Central in your organization, it should appear. If you have a permission, it should appear. If you have a license, it should appear as well. And you click on it. When you click on it, it will just ask you which environment you have access to. So you can actually select whether you want a sandbox environment to select or you want a production environment to select. And once you select, you land into the page. Here you have a different menu based on the areas you've been granted the permission. And that's where you can see like the finance area, which actually manages your finances, including general journals, chart of accounts, fixed assets, and so on. There's a cash management area defined for that one. You have a sales, you have purchasing, and if you have a Shopify integration, then Shopify elements also tied up out of the box integration is available. Every ERP implementation, one of the key area plays a biggest role is the report. You can see a lot of reports are available out of the box, but you also see one area, magic area we call it, is something called Power BI reports. And that's where there are a number of reports are available from Microsoft, which you can actually install it for free. So what you can do is if you go back into the home page, you scroll down and you go to the Power BI section, you will be able to select a report. When you select a report, you should be able to get a report from app source. So if you click on get report app source, it will be selected as a Power BI app, as a Power Platform or Business Central, whatever you're selecting. So you can select the right category and you can also select the publisher. I tend to do publish from the Microsoft, which is more trustable. And wherever you see this Business Central icon, these are the Power BI reports are available for us to actually install. You just simply click on get it now, subject to you have a permission to the Power BI service, you have a Power BI Pro license as a minimum is available, then you should be able to install and configure the report. It may take maybe 5-10 minutes, depending on the type of the environment you're working with. So give a little bit of time, work with that, and that will give you a number of reports can be installed. So there are a lot of options are available depending on the area you're interested in. If you are working on the inventory valuation, you can install the inventory valuation. If you're just looking at setup report for the inventory, it's all available here. Okay. So that is one area. It's quite important and it gives you a really good flexibility. You can see this I do have this report available and I can actually play around with the report, expand the report, look into the full screen and play around with that. And it's seamlessly integrated with the environment you installed in. So there are not much work you need to do unless you want to modify those reports. Okay, so let's go on to the top of the page. And let's understand some of the other areas, which is you have lots of squares are appearing, what we call it as a tile or queue. So that tile and queue are there for a reason. Why? Because we need to make sure that your user pays attention to the area which they should be working on. So whether it's a pending approval, if I'm an approver, I should have any request sent for approver or request to approve. I'm sending a request out or anything that should be here. Any e-documents, email statuses, if I have email integration is enabled. Any job queues are remaining for me. Any ongoing sales if I'm interested. So all these areas are available as a queue. Now, you might have a question that, do I have to live with these numbers? No, you don't, because what you can do, you can click on the settings area and you can go to personalize, and that's where it gives you the area to personalize and customize it. I'm sure one of the session you might be able to learn about the customization. Due to the time limit, I'm not going to go into the full detail of the customization, but this is something you can actually learn either self-learning or you can attend a course called MB 800, which is a functional consultant, and you should be able to learn this functionality. So this is what you can do. Once you finish, you're happy with the view, you're happy with the how it look and feel. It's got all my functionalities and the cues are available. I just hit on done and that's it. It's done. Microsoft provides out of the box a number of other different what we call it as a role center or homepage where what you need to do is go into my settings, and here if you change your role depending on again the license, if you change your role to something else, so if I'm becoming now accountant, and I can be able to see what the accountant look like, so it will just refresh it and it will tell me what accountant can do. You might be able to see like, and it's a limited queues are available, limited insights are available, so it changes based on your role. So that's also available. Also, you can see the menu has been customized as well for that one. So these are the out of the box functionalities. Yeah. I'm going to change myself back to business manager. Okay. While I'm here, I can actually personalize some of the settings, like, which company is this? I'm doing my customization for my work date, regions, and so on. So all my localization, I can complete the setup. And if I'm allowed in my organization to store my documents in OneDrive, I can link my OneDrive down here as well. Now, there always one question I get asked every time I have taught Business Central, and that's one of the $1 million question. How do I know what this work date means? How do I know what notification means? Very simple thing. What you do, you simply click on a work date and it will just, or maybe my mouse over, and it gives you a nice explanation. Now, this explanation may be not enough for me to understand what is a work date. I can simply click on Ask Copilot, and what it will do, it will just search for your answer. And it says, what is a work date? And then explanation. And you can ask for the question here for the help. Isn't it great? Because now you can learn yourself while you actually doing a trial version. So you can actually see what has been generated. There are references, and you can click on the document, like another link, and that will take you to Microsoft Learn, and that gives you more further explanation about what that work date means. Yeah. So it's quite interactive now. It made a life a lot easier for if you're becoming a functional consultant and you're learning Business Central for first time, it's a great way to do it. Yeah. Now, another thing, while we got the Copilot enabled, um, we have a lot of elements available in the Copilot, and this is integrated by default. Disclaimer, it's under preview at the moment. Like, you can still use it. There are no problem with that, but some functionality may not work. Now, if I want to use a Copilot and just ask simple question rather than going into the Business Central, I can simply ask, show me latest invoices. And when I actually do that, Copilot does all the magic behind the scene AI. It looks for all the latest invoices, and it will gather the information. It will give me a list of recent invoices. It might take a few minutes, but you can see now, the latest invoices are now showing up. So these are the due date of February. That's 25th of February, 31st of January. So it's just giving you in that sequence here. Another question comes here. If I'm using a Copilot, how do I know what prompt I need to give? Simply click on View Prompts, and there's a help available for that as well. So view more prompts, and you click on it, and it gives you a list of prompts here with the examples, and that will really help you further down learning about how you can operate with Copilot. Okay. So I'll try and keep sharing those links so you have those learnings. But if you want to do say explain and guide, it tells you how do I say approve a request? How do I set up company fiscal years? anything like, wherever it's a bracket is available, you just replace with this value and it should be good to go. You can also find by saying go to page, or like, look up a purchase invoice with the number, if you remember the number, if you have the inquiry raised by your customer, your supplier, and you can actually simply pass the number and it will open it up. In a traditionally, what we used to do is we simply used to call a search, or what we call it is tell me. So in the tell me, there are a lot of functionalities are available here. So this is a heart of Business Central, like I would like to call it. And anyone is familiar with the Business Central, I would simply say they love to go in this area all the time. And this is a kind of very a great way to achieve this, achieve like the functionality, what you want to search and everything. Now, accountants, finance people, they used to be the keyboard a lot, and they less likely to use mouse. So in that case, there are keyboard shortcuts are also available. So I'm going to share that shortcut PDF as well. But there is a one thing to remember, those shortcuts are more effective on a Windows laptop or Windows machine. I'm using Mac and I struggle with that, so I'm being very transparent here. But here you can start searching and say, okay, I want to search about, say, invoices. And when I actually do invoices, there are service invoices, sales invoices, and I can see the area which is go to page or task. If you can't find it, make sure you click on show all. So because there might be some hidden ones here, so it can be available and you can just select the one you would like to go to, and that pop-up page will appear, which is where you can actually see the list. You can expand it and just look at more details. And also this is all like, you have a particular list specific menus are available, options are available, reports are tied up with that, any related table or related information available. So it's all try and explore it whenever you have like, more time on learning about this. There's a one area which I would like to show you. It's called analysis mode, and many accountants, many finance people, I have seen them using very, very effectively. It's because they can just go into analysis, they can look at the metrics, they can select the field they would like to see on the analysis, and then it can create a new analysis area. So that's how you can actually do the analysis from the Copilot as well, and you can give a prompt there as well. So this is kind of a briefly I'm explaining. We're not going to go into too much detail because it takes whole day of like, explaining all these different areas. The next thing I would like to explore in this one is you can actually have exploring pages that also lends you back into all the pages. So this gives you more like a sitemap, global view, or something like that. You can actually call it. You can further find into that. So if you are confused with so much information, you can do that find functionality. You can use that. Also in the search, you have a report. This is also lands into the same reporting list, which we previously seen. So you have all the, like, a lot of out of the box reports are available. And if the report have been configured properly, you won't see this pop up, but like, if it is, if there, you should be able to go land into the Power BI. So that's more like a search functionality, and you saw that. There is a one thing I would like to show you here in the search, which is, say, example, I'm just typing Kronos UK. It's just a company. And then it appears the search company data, or any search you do, you will see this. When you actually click on search company data, and this is where, like, sometime you get that trouble where, like, you want to set up the search. Maybe one of the table, it's not appearing in the search. So this is where you can actually configure the list name where you want to do enable the search or disable the search. So this is the one area it's quite effective. Okay. So keyboard shortcut, I did mention about it. So let me share this PDF, which is going to be very useful. Give it a try, some of them. You will absolutely love it. Once you get used to with the keyboard shortcuts, it just makes your operations really fast and effective. Okay. Also, you can actually install a lot of third-party or the partner apps as well. So that's options are available. We're not going to jump into it. We just got about 8 minutes left for this session. So I want to make sure that I can show you some of the other areas as well. So another key area and important element is now under the setting, you have a company information, assisted setup. So these are the different areas you will be using when you actually start setting it up. So you have a company information that tells you about all your company. You can set up a logo. You can set up your tax information, payment information, shipping detail, any user experience, like, you want to change from the premium to essential, you can actually change it from here. If you are sometime see that, like, oh, I'm not seeing all the functionality and I do have a premium license, make sure you see this experience tier. It should be selected to premium, else you won't be able to see those functionalities. So that is, like, sits into the company area. There are a lot of other feature management, advanced settings also available where you can actually do manual setup. You can actually set up extensions by clicking on extensions capability, and that will tell you which other extensions are available. It could be like, connecting with your bank or connecting with any external services. You can actually install it from here, or you can simply click on App Source Gallery, and then you can bring the partner apps directly into this one. So sometimes it's a little bit slow performance, but you can actually see because it's building up like, massive big list of all the apps are available. And I'm sure there are many partners are joining here, so they can understand, like, how they're actually selling their products here, which can enhance the Business Central functionality. Okay. And one last thing I would like to cover here, obviously the help and copilot and everything, which is I'm going to skip it. But here there are new tiny little icons are appearing now. And this is something very exciting tools are available. Here, what you can do, you can enable all the Business Central associated agents. Microsoft has put down currently a sales order agent and the purchase payable agent, which what you need to do, simply you need to click on activate. Make sure you have a mailbox ready because that's quite important. If you want to connect with the mailbox, uh, I would not connect my personal mailbox unless you're really using that for the production or something, because all your email may start getting scanned. So when I actually do a current user and I can select OK, it will start monitoring my mailbox and look at any relevant emails for the Business Central. It will start monitoring it. If you are comfortable with that, then only enable it. If not, always recommend to create another separate mailbox which has like accounts payable, accounts receivable, finance, legal, sales, whatever those accounts are. You can just configure that mailbox, and that will monitor incoming mails. It will set up, it will make it active, you update it, and give about few hours, and it will start monitoring it. It depending on, like, the what kind of DLP settings you have configured, but it's typically very fast. I've seen the result. Sometimes it takes long. Okay. So this is new exciting world coming up with it, with all the agents. That agent can be autonomous agent, so not really conversational. So conversational agent may appear under Copilot area, but if you have, like, any autonomous agent which actually monitors the functionality. Example, you received incoming invoice, like, the accounts payable, and that invoice needs to associate or reconcile against a certain chart of accounts and also associate the vendor. And once it's been done, you want to actually perform approval task or notify the relevant department, relevant people for that particular vendor. You can generate those automated approval using either like, agent flows or anything in an automated way. And it also can wait and monitor the responses, and it can bring it back. But these are the kind of use cases I'm telling you, and there are a number of um, agents are now getting developed. I've seen many more demos, which is still under development, under private preview. So there are a lot of other functionalities are coming up, which is going to be a good news. One additional stuff I would like to share with you is about the functionalities and the details of the Business Central. This is the page you can explore. It actually tells you what the finance, inventory, what it actually includes, and you can actually drill down more into that detail, what finance is. It gives you a nice tour, very quick one, very small one, but it gives you a very good kickstart of learning. Another area I would like to show you is this is a walkthrough. If you are new to Business Central, there are a list of walkthroughs are available. Have a look at it. That actually will enhance your knowledge on the Business Central. And if you are interested in becoming a certified in a Business Central, this is your first start of learning. This is a learn path. And this is the one is actually like, whatever I have said, very, very fast, very briefly, within the time limit. But if you are interested in like, oh, I want to understand the interface, what interface call, what is the app launcher call, what's the main page is, and it explains about each and every area. This is a tell me icon, how the search works, how you can configure the table, how you can actually see the telemetry, how you can search within the data, company data. You can see all the cells. So table to search, you can actually see the telemetry. This is the one we just showed you as well. You can look at the my settings. So a lot of information is available. So it's going to be a great learning curve for you. Yeah. And there are some video galleries. So go and look at this BC YouTube. I'm one of them is a subscriber and I do recommend. There are great videos are available. So have a look at that. And Microsoft openly publishes that library. So it's good to have that view. Okay, one less than a minute left. So I'll open the floor for any question you may have. Rez, is
Thank
there
you,
any
Narayan.
question?
Yeah, thank you, Narayan. So, guys, any questions? I know it was just a quick look at the high-level look at the interface. The next session will go into more depth. But Narayan's made the resources available for you, so you can follow those a bit more better to get familiarized with the user interface. The objective of this bootcamp is to go deeper than just simply opening up Business Central, and we want you to actually understand how it functions. So the resources are provided for you in the chat now, just so you can follow that. But thank you, Narayan. Do you have anything else to mention? I know one of the things that you wanted to show today was the actual, how to actually create a sales order in Business Central, but we may cover that in the following session anyway.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I think you were planning to show, if you had more time, was the sales and approval process, because in Business Central you have approvals, but people aren't aware that there's additional enhancements where you can leverage Power Platform for those approvals. So it may be worth mentioning something about that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's a very, very good point. This is something I really wanted to cover up, but obviously time is the essence here. But there are a lot of capability you can actually configure with the Business Central. There are some APIs exposed and some not. So as a functional consultant, you may need to probably make those APIs available for those tables or pages. But once you've made that available, you can actually use capabilities of Power Automate Cloud Flows and perform those approvals. So I do have some use cases where the business doesn't want to, like some user doesn't want to even log into this Business Central. They just wants to approve some of the requests. So they need to be shared with some details, key information in the approval app. And then people can make a decision based on approve, decline, or any custom button you want to provide with a justification. And that we can capture it back into the Business Central. So don't itself, the Business Central has a very great approval process, no doubt, is brilliant. But I would say explore those other boundaries as well, because that could open up doors to so many flexibility on it, which actually can solve your problems. Because you don't want to tell your customer, no, I can't do it. Business Central can do it. And together with other ecosystem, including Power Platform, there are no boundaries. It can actually expand to even further. You can embed a Canvas app. You can actually integrate with the model-driven app. You can, cloud automation is there. And if you want to go in a further advanced or enterprise level, you can also utilize logic apps. So there are other capabilities that are available as well. So thanks, Raz, for pointing it out. But it is one of a practical question always comes in every customers we have interacted with. They always ask, like, do I have to live with Business Central approvals? No, you don't have to.
Thank you once again, Narayan, for joining us today.
Thank
Hopefully
you.
see you next time. Yeah, over to Bandam Saram. Who's
Hi,
gonna? Hey, Bandam. So
how are
Bandam is
you?
gonna teach. Hey, great. Thanks for joining us all the way from Dubai. I hope you're safe.
Oh, everyone is safe over here.
Great to hear. So Bandam, he's been involved in the community for a very long time. He's based in Dubai. He actually leads a Business Central community in Dubai. So he does some fantastic work. And he's going to be teaching us all about financial management, which I think is one of the main reasons why you're all here today, guys. So without further ado, Bandam, um, I'm not going to eat up into your time. Let's get started.
Yes. Okay. Thanks, Narayan. Thanks, Raz, for your introduction on Business Central. Today, we are going to have a discussion regarding a Business Central Finance module, how Business Central Finance module works. This session is completely relating like a ground level people who is not aware of a finance module inside a Business Central, and how financial module can be configured and perform the activities of finances. Okay, as a part of this session, we will be covering overall finance as a part of introduction, like a complete financial module, where it will be linking to your configuration of finances and how the financial life cycle will be performed, and ledgers and tax compliance, how you can validate, and where all automation and analytics are available, and what is the scalability and integration. It means, example, there are certain financials where they want to see like all together two companies are available, they want a consolidation, so there is a consolidation session is already available, but a basic overview I will be providing. And what is the scalability of complete organization? If multiple entities are there, how we will manage, and how multi currencies and currency consolidation will be coming up as a part of consolidation session, but how configuration of currencies can be handled in the system. And as a part of our complete journey, as these financial capabilities, we will go through the financial ledgers, how the chart of accounts can be managed, and how the posting groups link to the chart of accounts, how many types of posting groups are available, how it can be connected to the financial dimension, what is financial dimension, and how it can be connected, and how can we control this multi-currency transaction from the start of the period to the end of the period. So this is the overall session will be connecting with the financial operations. Now, as a part of financial operation, we see the general ledger, we see accounts receivable, accounts payable, how the process of automation, how you will connect to your complete process. So we will see in the real time in the demonstration of our process. And coming back to the planning and asset management, means asset management indicates here fixed asset, how we will manage fixed asset, how we will handle budgeting, how we can create bank accounts, and how we can see the copilot combination as a life cycle. And coming back to the fixed asset, how the fixed asset configuration can be done, and what all options are available as a part of regulatory and compliance for a reporting purpose. So complete end-to-end cycle, I will show as a brief orientation in each and every segmentation of a financial part. So let us go into the financial analytics, where financial dimension and integration to the Power BI. I will show you a small demonstration how it is integrated, because Microsoft has enabled complete Power BI integration to the finance of a Business Central. So if they have a license, a link to that particular Business Central, we can directly access and connect Power BI. And how we can manage, as Narayan shown on the screen, like analysis on that particular page. Those also I will be explaining as a part of this demonstration. And this will cover complete governance of how it will be managed. So let me move into the demonstration, into the system, how it looks, and what all capabilities our finance product having. Sorry. Okay, now I'm going back to the Business Central. Now you are able to see my Business Central access where I can log in with my user ID and password. And this is a landing page, which is called as a role center as a in the technical term. And in the regular term, it is a landing page, means it is a role center. And as a part of role center, this role center will be defined based on the user roles and responsibilities. If we go inside roles, there might be a multiple roles available inside the system. So based on that, your role will be updated. Now let us go back to the main page of the landing page. This is a business manager role center where you can see all the areas of business central activities like a finance, cash management, sales, inventory, purchase. There are several modules which are available that will be connected to this application. And the main feature, best feature is available is a global search in the system. If we are not aware, like a chart of accounts, if we press over here, so it will be coming up and list will be shown on behalf of this mix and match combination, permutations and combination of this wording. So all related things will be come up. Example, let me take a sales. So automatically what are related to the sales will be shown on the search page. It will be easier for a layman who is not aware of the system also, they can easily identify. And one more combination is like you can bookmark your requirement directly to the main page. If I bookmark over here, like I have bookmarked, so it came over on the main screen. So this is what the responsibility means. This is will give you precise overview on the landing page. And coming back to the module, let us go with the finance module. Now coming back to the finance module, how many areas are available as a part of finance? Let us see. Finance is divided into multiple components. One is a general ledger. Second one is a account receivable, accounts payable, VAT, multi-currency, cash management, which is a part of bank accounts and bank account reconciliation, and cash flows, advanced level cash flows. If there someone is using, we can handle. And next one is a reporting section, which is called as a financial reporting. Previously, this financial reporting is called as a account scheduling. And we have another area called as a fixed asset. Now, how finance will start? Finance will start with a physical year, means accounting period. If we search on accounting period, we can create different periods based on the requirement of the operation. Some of the companies will follow create a year with the mid of the March month or April 1st to March 31st. According to for some regions, it will go from July 1st to June 30th or January 1st to December 31st. So physical year creation is not manual, it is fully automated, where we will go to the accounting periods, and if we create a year, system will ask us what is the starting date and what is the number of period and period length. Period length I have given as a 1 month. If some conditions like only 6 periods are there, like 12 periods are there, normally every accounting combination will go with 12 months of a period, and each month will be segregated one month period. So I'm clicking OK. System will create automatically that 12 months of period. So it is very simple and easier activity when we are performing. this action button of a create year. At the same time, when we are closing, means when we are closing also, we have to follow certain conditions. So we have started the accounting period. As soon as we start the accounting period, we have a combination of a general ledger setup. This is a setup part. Whenever whenever we are performing certain general transactions, there will be a multiple areas where it will be connecting to allow start date and end date, and we have a deferral period. What exactly this deferral period indicates means there are some transactions which are posted on behalf of a next upcoming 12 months of the period, or 18 months of period, especially on the property management companies and long-term loan basis companies, or any long-term financial basis companies will use deferral posting in the system. And at the same time, we have a several areas where it will be specifying this is a one-time setup, and this will give you complete overview of your financial ledger. And from here itself, we can navigate into the complete setup. If you see on the top action bar ribbon where, so you can see all the setups, all the general combinations, and if any VAT combinations are there, those are also available. And you can navigate through the bank statement, means bank posting groups, and several journal templates which will be linking to the general ledger. And this is one of the area is key area where you can perform complete operation. And we have a one more area called as a currency. Here this definition will provide a local currency combination, and if there is any reporting currency is available, we can specify on this particular area. And we have a reporting combination with the reporting currency conditions. This general ledger setup will provide what is a decimal factor. Example, let us take into consideration, because all of the regions are combined over here in this session. So each and every region having a certain localization. For worldwide region, W1 localization. If it is a Switzerland localization, CH, Australia, AU, like that, different localizations are available, because based on the each and every region, we have a certain compliance of the finance. So this is one of the important area for a financial configuration. Now let us go into the regular combination, how the chart of accounts are available and how we can configure the chart of accounts, what all components are available in the chart of accounts. Okay, after setting up accounting period and general ledger setup, let us configure chart of accounts. What is chart of account exactly? Chart of account is a combination of all group of accounts in the system, and chart of accounts can be divided into two categories. One is a income statement, other one is a balance sheet. What balance sheet defines? Balance sheet is a part of assets, equity, liability. If someone is not aware of financial management, they can easily learn by looking into the account categories. It is very simple, very straightforward, and it will be helpful for any kind of, means any accountant can learn very easily by looking at these components. The first three are relating to the balance sheet, and second three are related to the income statement. Balance sheet indicates where your cash is lying as a fixed value. Income statement is a part of where your cash is rotating on the periodic basis, means revenues and expenses. What you are earning, what you are spending is a part of income statement. What is lying in our bank accounts, what is lying as a part of asset, as a part of liability, which is the loans and those things, will be a part of balance sheet. On the periodic basis, every accountant will say I have to close the month, or I have to close the year. What will happen as a part of closure of the year? Closure of the year will make your income statement as zero value. Means, example, let us take January 1st is our start of the year. On the start of the year, your income statement account should show zero value, and everything should be available in the equity, assets, and liability. So we will be starting a new books for that particular period of time. Now, as a part of income statement and balance sheet, we can configure multiple subcomponents, means subcategories inside assets, current assets and fixed assets, liabilities, same way, and equities also in the same way. So this is how we can manage complete operations of the finance. Let us go back into the chart of accounts. Now, if we see the accounting part of a business central, which will be providing with the account category, type of account, balance sheet or income statement, and there is one more combination is a heading, begin total and end total. This is a part of a business central structure where you can provide a begin total and end total. This will provide you complete operational view. Example, land and building start and land and building end. So this will give you summary of this all the grouping. So this is what the specialty of a creating financial chart of accounts as a general ledger. Now let us go in depth of each and every financial chart of account, how financial chart of account can be configured and how we can. Now, as a part of financial chart of account, we have a number. This has to be provided and each and every account need to be defined by the company operations, not by anything manual. Means example, any of the accounts you are configuring for a company, it is based on the type of operations we have to configure and it has to be provided by the client operations. Then and number will be defined and name of the account, type of the income statement or balance sheet and which category it belongs to. And we have an option. Sometimes transaction should be debit and credit, only debit and credit, only debit, only credit. At that moment, we have to provide the option. Now I have mentioned that account type like a heading, begin total, end total. This heading, begin total, end total, total are related to the just for information accounts, whereas posting is a transactional accounts. And we have one more option in the system itself, which is a direct posting. What is this mean by direct posting? Direct posting means the sum of the GL accounts which are related to the subledger module, we should be block those accounts to process on the journals. Journals means account to account adjustment should not be done, especially on a bank accounts, accounts receivable, accounts payable. These three accounts should not be interacted directly. And if inventory management is there, inventory account. So these kind of conditions and requirement need to be connected accordingly. And we have a section called as a posting where you can provide purchase related posting or sales related posting if any of the accounts. Right now I'm not showing a sales invoice and purchase invoice because we have a several sessions allotted for the purchase and sales. So if anyone using in the purchase invoice as a part of GL account as a purchase line, we have to provide purchase and sale, and we have a combination of posting group called as a general product posting group and VAT product posting group. Now I will be explaining after this account configuration what is a posting, how it will be configured as a part of posting groups. And we have another area called as a consolidation. Consolidation means if two accounts, means if two companies are using the same GL account and they want to interact with one another as a part of a consolidation, they have to provide consolidation debit and credit, debit account, credit account, as well as what is the consolidation method, translation method, which will be followed in that particular consolidation. And if any account need to be excluded, this will be connected over here. And for each and every master, we have a dimensions. Means dimension can be linked with the different combinations. Okay, right now I have connected with a cost center. Example, if we want a similar value always to be posted, that is the same code. And if there is any code mandatory, means value is not same all the times, then it will be a code mandatory. And if there is no validation, it is a blank or no code. That is how we can configure the dimensions. This is called as a default dimensions on the accounts. It is available on the customers, vendors, all the areas. So this is a part of a chart of accounts, and we have a several reportings are available as a financial chart of accounts, like a trial balance, detailed trial balance, GL register. All these are applicable as a part of system. If we see, if we can run and validate all these reports, yeah, because each and every company will use on their own facilitation. These are the part of a financial chart of accounts. Let me go into the posting module. Now posting section, I have mentioned as a posting area where purchases and sales will be connected to one another. How it will be connected means we have a posting group called as a general business posting group and a general product posting group, VAT business posting group and VAT product posting group. What it indicates, let me navigate. General business posting group. So this posting group will define what kind of customer or what kind of vendor it is. And product defines, and we have a two kind of posting groups. Those are general as well as specific. These are the general posting groups. General posting groups are like a general business posting group, general product posting group, VAT business posting group, VAT product posting group. Whereas specific posting groups, which are linking to the customer posting group, vendor posting group, fixed asset posting group, bank account posting group, those are linking to specific modules. So that is called as a specific posting group. Now, general product posting group. What is this product? Indicates what kind of product they are selling or purchasing. This is called as a product. Now, in the screen, we are able to see the general business and general product. Means domestic business with certain product they are selling or purchasing. Means there is a transaction is performing. So on top of that, there will be a setup. So setup will be considered on behalf of general business posting group, general product posting group. If these two combines, means example, this is coming from the customer and vendor, customer or vendor. This is coming from the type of item or GL account or fixed asset it is coming. Means whenever we are making a purchase invoice or sales invoice or purchase credit memo, sales credit memo, service invoice or service credit memo, these two combinations will be linking and checking what is a sales account, what is a sales credit memo. If we perform returns, a credit memo means this is completely financial configuration where it will be register sale type of combinations into these GL accounts. If we see from here onwards, from here till here, it is a sale condition. And same combination, if we perform purchase, it will be connected over this side of the transaction. And here we have a prepayments, cost of goods sold, uh, direct cost applied account. What exactly this means whenever we are selling, means whenever we are procuring, there is a purchase is happening and there is a direct cost applied. Means the cost is applied against that purchase. So that will be giving into the direct cost applied. When we are selling, sales accounts are hitting plus your cost of goods sold is impacting. So this is a part of sales side. And if there is any partial interactions are happening, example, only receipt is happened, invoice is not happened. So it is based on the inventory setup, it will be performed. If it is integrated to the GL or non-integrated to the GL. So this will give you complete overview. This setup is one of the important setup for complete financial configuration. Now, coming back to the regular thing. So this is one of the area, and inside general, we have a VAT business posting group and VAT product posting group. Now, this is a purely based on the region. Means if it is someone is using a W1 or a VAT compliance, for them, it will be more helpful. Where it will be VAT business means it is linking to the customer and vendor, and product means it is linking to the item or GL account, whichever in the line items which are applicable. And this will play a key role in electronic invoicing, especially on the electronic invoicing, because today's world, everyone is going as a e-invoicing as a part of digitalization. This will play a major role in your complete automation process of your taxation. And here, if we see the setup, this is also same thing. We have a standard rate, we have zero rate, exempt, RCM. This is a common in all the regions. At the same time, we will have a sales account, purchase VAT, and reverse charge. So this is a part of a complete setup of financial accounting. Now let us go into the journals, how journals works. Journal means we can configure multiple journal. So this can be take as everyone knows that this session can be fully filled like a 3 to 5 days only on the finance, but I am giving a just brief overview for this. And journal templates, where each and every templates can be configured and batches can be configured according to the requirement. And someone like a recently like a 2 to 3 years back, Microsoft has launched copy posted journals. Means whenever you are posting any kind of journals, so it will be copied the copy post journals. And on top of journals also, we can perform VAT transactions based on the setup. So this is a part of a complete journals. And we have a different journal types, like we have a general journal and recurring journal. What is a journal and recurring journal? Means on the periodic basis, if someone want to post certain transaction continuously every month, so we have a recurring journal. If someone want to post for one time, means today I have posted and tomorrow I don't want the same transaction to be posted. So at that moment, we can use a general journals. And we have a copy option from posted general journals also. So there are three different combination as a part of journals, which we can go in depth in future sessions only on the journals. So this is a part of journal combination. You can go as a debit and credit, or you can go as a single line. And we have a page combination, like a few of them are not flexible with the old like a single line combination, like old systems will be working based on the debit and credit. So in that condition, we can go into the page and we can transform as a debit and credit. So it will be easier. And you can perform multi-currency transactions also on top of journals. This is what the specialty of this journals. Now I will go back to regular mode, which is a standard mode. This is a standard mode where it will be it will not show debit and credit as separately. It will be show as a same as I. And we have a recurring journals. When recurring journal will be used means on the periodic basis. Example, an accountant every month they want to post certain transactions as a mandate, especially on the accruals part. Many of the accountants are facing some issues, like they have to keep on entering every month. One day will be going against that particular transactions to enter. So for such kind of transactions, what we have done is we have provided a recurring journal where it will show expiration date for each and every transaction, and you can perform allocations according to the requirements. And here also you have a several combination. Example, like one value has to be delegated to two different areas with the different percentages. So allocation quantity also you can provide, system will automatically validate. And you can create multiple batches on a recurring journal as well as general journal. Now as a part of a general journal, I missed out one of the point is a number series. Major, like many of them are coming up with same number series or different number series. We have a two combination of number series. One is a temporary number series, which is a number series, and posting number series. Example, there are 30 accountants or 20 accountants are available in the same organization. At that moment, we can create a multiple batches with a single posting numbers. Means based on the audit trials on audit of company, they will use a posting number series as a single type of number series. So individually as a temporary number series, they can enter different number series, but at the end, posting will be performed with the same number series of the company. Means it is purely depends on the organization to organization. For that condition, we have provided number series and posting number series. So this is purely depends on setup for a posting of a journals. So there are several journals like a purchase also you can post, means as a part of customers, as a part of vendors, everything can be posted as a journals. It will be linking to one another. So this is a part
And
of journals.
can I just mention one thing? Because you mentioned the number series. Number series are a very, very key configuration of Business Central, and it can also have an impact on your customer documentation, as well as legal and business documents.
Audit trials.
Yeah, exactly. Not just from a compliance perspective, but also from a business function perspective. For example, the way the receipts are printed out and the formats that your business conducts itself in has an impact. So going again, one of the people who attended Yatunde asked a question about scoping. That would be one of the questions. Would you agree, Bandam? That would be one of the questions is how would you like to configure your serialization?
Okay, now number series are the part of general configuration, and this configuration should be based on the type of a document which we will perform. Whenever we are implementing any company, any organization, the type of the uh, document, and it should not be duplicated to one another, especially on the numbers. Example, if we are performing general ledger is also 001, and sales invoice is also 001, purchase invoice is also 001. In the future, transaction means in the future, if we want to identify what type of transaction is that from one module to other module, you will not be analyzing. And second thing is, we have a lot many options inside the number series itself. Like if we go inside each and every number series, there is a start date. Example, I will take over here. I want to start with a 25 hyphen LOT, sorry, 26 hyphen LOT means lot numbers 0001. So it will be starting from here. And here it will be linking, like if there is any limitation, ending number should be available or warning number should be available. So you can perform. Example, let me take February, Feb 1st onwards, it should start with a 26 hyphen 02 hyphen lot 001. So we can perform multiple combination, and I always suggest number series should not be like a 30 or 40 characters. It should be under 10 characters, which will be making sense for all the operations. By looking at including, means example, I'm a finance user, I'm not aware of any other operation from where this entry came up. Means if I look into general ledger entries, so by looking at that there only, I can identify what kind of transaction is this. See, right now it is a 103.189, it is a demo database, so this will not give you precise overview what kind of transaction. But see here, WIP, so work in progress account is happening, means work in progress, some transaction has performed as a part of work in progress. And these kind of transactions can you easily identify from the number series. So definition of number series will play very key role in all the operations. I always recommend to go with the year with the type of document on the number series. So now let us go into the part of like we are got delayed, it's fine. And we have a general budgets, GL budgets. I will give you brief overview of GL budgets. GL budgets are nothing but it is not, there is no system limitation that it will stop you somewhere if you provide a budget. So it is just for a verification of the financial user, they can create their own budget reference. Example, like a 2026. So they can provide their own budget, they can create their own valuation, what is a budget, what is the actual. And there are several filters available over here. import and export option is also available. It is very simple and easy to utilize. Example, it is from January to, it is a monthly and I have taken as a January to December. Now let me give you example of a 500. Like let me take 500, here 600. Now I am going to change my value 500 to 400. Now what is happening? 600 to 300. Okay. Now what is happening in the backend means if we change certain values, system will create minus 300. And there is a log registry already applicable. And whenever we create any budget, we can have a certain reportings are available. Budget, trial balance to the budget. We can analyze on the budget combination. And this will be helpful for all over all operations if we are having a certain financial budgets, especially on the finance team. So this is a part of a budget and we have a financial reporting. This is a very important tool as a part of finance where you can perform individual mini trial balance as per your transaction. Example, I want to see year to date, month to date, what is the variance and what is the previous year transaction of that particular combination. And this is purely user interaction, means accountant interaction. Accountant can create their own row definitions as well as column definitions. If accountant is very smart, he can create his own report without having any developer, zero interaction with the developers in the by using this particular tool. And this is very simple. If I go into the row definitions, I can create a row definition. Currently I'm editing the row definition. So I have given a row definition and I have given what is the account value linking, means it is indirectly it is showing the linkage of GL accounts. And he can create example 100. So 10th line I am creating, it is a test. Okay, I am taking a posting accounts. I will go with a posting account like a 3 accounts example, and I will go with this accounts also. You can filter out and you can modulate according to your requirements. So I have added over here. Now it is linked to mini trial balance. If I come back, so system has saved that. Now I will run the report. View financial report. You can see over here, this is a test. Now I want to identify what is MTD, what is YTD. Means month to date, previous year. And what is the variance? There is a 20.46 variance is there. How it has been calculated? It is from the formula which we have provided on the column definitions. If I want to travel, means navigate, what are the accounts on that particular period? How much is the transaction? On which day transaction has been performed? See, it is a 2024 transaction. So it can be linked based on the period, based on the month. Currently I have taken 2025 transaction, so it has navigated to 2024 transaction. So if we see 100, 2024 transaction. So it is one of the best tool for the accountant to create their own reporting. And I will be explaining you how to create column definition also. It is the same concept how I have did for row definition. Here the same combination will come up. Here we have to give a column, means this is a column definitions variance. If I add P800 test, okay, I have given a net change example. I have not added anything over here. So system will pick that particular value. Now I am going back. Now again I am running. So you can see here test, because I have given the same definition of a MTD as a test. So I have added. Now I want to pull out from this Excel or print. So system can print A4 combination, which is a standard applicable, but it will go into the next page. Why? Because number of columns has exceeded over here. So this is how you can manage, and you can export to Excel file also. So this is about the specialty of a financial reporting. I'm not going in depth of each and every area, but I'm giving a brief touch for your just for your knowledge purpose. So it will be helpful as a part of financial reporting. And there are several reportings are available as a part of system. You can perform as a test case example. If I go into the trial balance, if I enter trial balance, so there are 28 different combination of trial balances are available. We can see. So it might be as a part of finance, it might be a part of accounts receivable, accounts payable. Now, aged accounts. Okay, aged. If I search for aged, there are almost how many? Like 19 reports are available with different combinations. So you can perform. Now Microsoft has launched Excel reporting, means Excel reports recently. It's been 1 year. Initially, it started with 5 reports and it is transformed to 10 reports. And now they are going to provide more and more in upcoming updates. So these are the Excel reports which are available on the screen. Means if it is a legacy, balance sheet, income statement, and if we go into the Excel here, preview is available, and Excel reports directly it will be connected to Excel. And we have a additional reports on Power BI. Like from the finance part, you have a financial reports. See here, these many reports are linking to the Power BI. If I click over here, if we have a Power BI license and it is setup is ready, means Power BI setup, if we do on the each and every legal entity, and this is a specific to the legal entity, not according to the tenant. Means if you have a 10 legal entities, you have to configure 10 different number of times per legal entity, and you have to map the reporting accordingly. Otherwise, it will be conflict of interest. Means one company data should not be provided to other company. So we have to make sure that configurations. And there are several KPIs are available, several reportings are available, and system will provide aged account receivable, aged accounts payable, all these things using backdated. So you can perform filters directly from a business central view itself. And we have a option of copilot every area of the system. Let us go into the chart of accounts, where one thing Narayan has explained very clearly regarding the general ledger, where you can find give me a minute, due to internet fluctuation there might be a chance I'm reloading. Okay, general ledger entries. If we go into the general ledger entries, we have a transaction. Now these are the entries, right? Now I don't have to go into the Excel file and validate this analysis. Directly I can go into the pivot mode, or I can create transaction based on, like example, GL account wise, posting year wise data. So see, it is a part of Copilot transaction. System will create certain analysis based on my combination. So there is a payment, invoice, and general transactions. If I click on this, all the combination of invoices come up. So if I go inside, and also here we can provide multiple options over here. And if we go into the posting date and year, and we can create manual, like a discard. Okay, manual thing also we can perform. All the entries of a general ledger will come, and then I will apply the pivot mode, which is used on the Excel sheet. On the example, let us take year wise, quarter wise, month wise, document number. Okay, now I will see year, quarter one, January, February, March, there are transaction. So in each month, what is the transaction? Document number. Okay, I will remove this document number. and I will perform GL account number. Okay, now here, if I enter, see, this is a part of GL account. No, I don't want a GL account number. I want a description wise. So it is purely depend how we want to analyze the data of a business central financial entries directly. So this is how we can perform complete operations accordingly. So this is a part of a reporting cycle where you can perform multiple reports. And let me navigate through the currencies. We have a very limited time, so I will go and brief exactly what is currencies. So you can create multiple currencies in the system. We have a concept of a realized gains, realized losses, unrealized gains, unrealized losses. So whenever transaction as a month end closure, we have a adjust exchange rate, means on the periodic basis when we are closing per when we are closing the period, we have a option of adjustment, means exchange rate adjustment on the periodic basis. We can perform this action and we can register unrealized gains and losses. Example, once we have invoiced with 3.6725, example $1 equal to 3.6725 AED. Now I have invoiced with a $1, but I have not made any payment. Payment will be coming after 6 months or after 3 months. By that time, fluctuation is very high. How companies can handle the currency fluctuation, how they can validate how much value of realized gains and losses are available, unrealized gains and losses are available, will be specified using unrealized gains and losses. At the time of posting the payment, it will be transferred to the realized gains and losses. So this is a complete process of currencies, and each and every currency can be maintained in the system with individual exchange rates, and we have a residual gains and losses if there is any reporting currencies are available. Example, my books are in AED USD and I want to report as an additional currency inside a general ledger, then we will use the residual gains and losses as a part of reporting currency. So this is also the part of entry, and we can handle currency exchange rate per day, means every day we can enter one transaction. It is not per minute or per hour, it is a per day transaction exchange rate. This is one of the facilitator of a business central, and we have a VAT statements and we have a dimensions. Okay, now coming back to the dimension, we can create n number of dimensions in the system, and each dimension can be linked to the dimension values. Example, there are business units, and we have a dimension value of business units, how many combination. Example, HO, head office. If any transaction is performed, here also we have a heading total, total, begin total, just for information of a Power BI or any other business intelligence tool want to utilize this feature. And we can create n number of dimension values. There is no limitation, especially in the major operations. There might be different business units, there might be different cost centers, departments, and grouping of the employees, or each and every expense combinations what they want to perform. This all can be configured as a dimensions and dimension value. This is a very critical point, means very important point for a financial reporting, and this will help a finance team to analyze in depth, like in segregation, means they can deep dive what is the cost incurred as a part of this particular department, as part of this dimension, means a cost center. Example, there are 3 cost centers are available where revenue has generated a higher value and where the cost is going up, as an employee cost or regular operational cost or any other cost. Which cost is that? So they want to easily by using the feature called as a analysis views. So we can create n number of analysis views. Example, let me take with a department wise or cost center wise, business unit wise. Okay, now I have taken a business unit analysis by dimension, and here As a part of analysis by dimension, there are several filters are available. Different options are also available. We can go through each and every business unit or cost center, or based on that condition, we can confirm. And I have selected over here, and we can filter with the date if anyone requires. Okay, show matrix. Now 207, this is a combination every month. So I don't want this one. I want as a show columns as a business units, and I want to try trial balance example GL accounts. Okay, here I am removing the date filter, show matrix. Now it will show each and every transaction, means example 207, which is the transaction, 903, what is the transaction, what is the head office, how much is the transaction. If any transaction performed on that particular entry, means particular combination of dimension, it will be connected to accordingly, and we can navigate through also from which GL account. Example 3000 again I am deviating into, means like going from one area to other entry. So this is a entry. Now I can find entry, what is its transaction belonging to. So this transaction is belonging to particular purchase invoice. Who is the vendor, what is the transaction. So this is how we can navigate from one area to other area in a easier way using analysis views. It will be helpful if we can, but it is a two-dimensional way, not three-dimensional view, which is available. So this is a part of analysis by dimension and dimensions. And guys, like if you have any queries or questions regarding this particular point of things, we can have several combination. And there are several questions are coming up in the chat. Surely I will be answering those questions surely. But due to the time limitation, now I will be briefing you some other areas, like a VAT statements. It is also available, and you can create a n number of VAT statements, and you can perform a periodic end, means periodic performance of a VAT settlement can be done using this particular VAT statement. And this is applicable only for Business Central, because each and every region FTA having their own formatting and their own combination. The implementer or implementation consultant who is performing, they have to analyze what is the FTA clause and how they have to perform this VAT statement, and how we need to segregate as a standard as well as customization. Both things. As a part of standard, VAT input, VAT output, we can directly go into the calculate and VAT postings, means settle. And there is a preview option is available. When if you are not uh, placing the post option, directly you can preview, means it will not impact any of your general ledger over here. And here also we have a several combination of a VAT transaction. And next, coming back to the year end closure, we have a income statement and financial reports are available. There is a close income statement. This is a process for income statement closure, means on the periodic cycle. And here also we can utilize financial dimension. These are the areas of the finance. Right now I will be explaining. And coming back to the cash management, sure, I will be navigating. Sorry for this, like we have a limited time, so I'm going very fast over here. And especially on the bank accounts. So you have a bank accounts created based on the currency. Here also we have a multi-currency bank account which will be linking to your general ledger, and you have a specification of bank account reconciliation, where you can configure different reconciliation bank account reconciliation combination. And Microsoft has provided standard operations of a Copilot option available over here, where you can import, means where you can import like there are certain specifications are available for import facility. And major chunk of like MT940, these kind of things are not applicable as a part of Business Central, but in future it might be applicable, because Microsoft is working on that kind of formatting. And here you can enter your transactions and bank ledger and match automatically and manually can be selected. Means if you select these both lines, example, select more from both sides and match manually. So system will match manually. Okay, remove match means it will be removing. Now what Microsoft has done is reconcile using Copilot. Means system will automatically reconcile. If any of the lines are matching, system will validate what is the posting date and how much is the transaction value. Based on this, system will validate and system automatically reconcile from both statement lines and your bank account ledger entry. So I have done using reconcile option. This is one of the option. And at the end of the day, if someone want to see how many bank statement has been posted, here it will be available. And the main important thing at the at a point of a bank account reconciliation is what is the previous uh, value of a posting. Means example, last statement balance will be coming up automatically. What is the ending balance? If this matches your transactional value, then only system will allow. And some of the transaction, especially a bank charges, they don't need to post, go to the journal and directly they want to perform. Here we have an option called as a transfer general to general journal. If we select a bank and differences all the accounts, system will connect to the journal and you can post the transaction directly from the bank to your expense account. This is what one of the option available as a part of bank account thing. Okay. Uh, this is what the part of complete financial management. And we have several areas where I have not yet covered, like a posted journal. And in European region, there are certain Instrat journals are available specific to the region. Those I am not able to cover in this session. Surely in future thing, we will be covering. And coming back to the regular financial reporting and trial balance, detailed trial balance, all these can be configurable and it is available as a standard out of the box. If we go into the all reports, system will show complete overview of how many reports are available for each and every area. So if we go inside explore, okay, accounting manager. So there is a financial reporting. So I can explore more and more how many reports are available as a part of our operations. If I go inside a complete overview of a role center, we can see each and every area what is the reporting criteria. So we can explore more roles, reports and analysis. Okay, for each and every combination, how many areas are available, what all those reports, all these can be seen directly from a business central. So this is what the part of financial coverage.
Sahani.
Okay.
So we like to call Bandam Sairam Sahani. That's his nickname. He's known internationally as Sahani. Because of all his work he does in Business Central in the community in Dubai. So thank you so much, Bandam Sairam, for that whirlwind tour of financial management. That's not the end of financial management, though. We have another session later on going end to end with financial management. So it's not the end. This is just a taster, getting you up to speed. Okay. So now we need to welcome our next speaker now. Sahani, do you have any final things before you leave?
Yes, thank you for this opportunity, Raz and Narayan and team of D365 Bootcamp. And it will be helpful for all the beginners as well as the intermediate learners as a part of this bootcamp, and where they can know like what is a Business Central, how many Business Central options, I means which all features are available as a part of Business Central. Okay, if someone having a question, I am available at Bandam Sairam on LinkedIn, and we can connect at any point of time.
So feel free to share your connection details as well, Bandam Sairam. Also, don't
Sure.
forget to share the information about the company you work for, that have developed a property solution for Business Central as well, okay?
Yes, we have a property management solution for a property for construction, property for leasing, property for sales, as well as we have means I'm a part of almost 13 plus ISVs as a product manager and solution architect on top of Business Central as well as finance and operation. We have both conditions. You can check on the app source, Business Experts MEA.
Thank you so much, Bandam Saram, aka Sahani International. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from Dubai. Okay, on to our next session. So we've been covering a lot about financials. We can take a little bit of a break because it's a lot to take in from financials. We're going to move on to sales and service now, and then we'll move back into financials, right? So without further ado, this speaker, his name is Olister. Let's see where Olister's gone. He was online. Let's see where he is now. So Olister, there we go. So let's get him in. So Olister's been involved in the Business Central community for quite a long time now. I've known him since COVID, for almost 5 years. He's been heavily involved in contributing to the Business Central community, and he likes to do the technical sessions, but we always end up convincing him otherwise to go the functional, because it is the functional one where there's a huge gap, right? And so without further ado, hello there, Olister. Can you hear us?
Hey, Raz. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello there, Olister. Thank you. Where are you joining us from today?
I'm joining you from Mumbai, India.
Mumbai, fantastic. From Mumbai. So Olister joining from Mumbai. I'm a big fan. Olister does some fantastic work. He did some fantastic sessions. We convinced him to cover sales and service, right? Because no one wants to cover sales and service. But it's important. It's important part of the sales process, right? So Olister's kindly covering sales and service in Business Central. So without further ado, Olister, are you able to try and share your screen?
Yes, just give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries at all.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
We can indeed. Yes, we can.
Okay, all right, great. All right, Raz, let me know once I can go ahead.
The show is yours, Olister.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. All right. Hi, everyone. I am Olister. I have been working in Business Central for over, I think it's about 9 years now. And I started as a technical consultant and slowly moved on, taking up the roles for finance, more on like functional side. I right now am an upgrade consultant in a US-based company called Archer Point, and I handle all the upgrades from NAV to BC. Yeah, so that's more about myself. Moving on to the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about sales and service module, but it's a vast topic. If we have some time that permits us to move towards the service side, we'll definitely jump into it. But right now we are ready with the sales module in Dynamics 365 BC. The reason why I like this module is because, well, when everyone thinks about a CRM, people think about Dynamics 365 sales and other Dynamics 365 CRM related products. But very few people notice that there is a sales module in BC itself, which kind of acts like a mini CRM, I would say, in Business Central. And this is one of the interesting modules. And if you play your cards right, you can really have it working well for you. And I've seen a couple of people use it as well, but I just want to increase more awareness about this module so we can proceed with that. So in the sales module, we have a couple of things. We call it CRM, we call it relationship management module. It's also called as an MRM module. There are various words, but I'll just take on a sales module for now, and let's move with that. Yeah, so let's go through the agenda for today, which is we'll talk about the marketing setup. We'll talk about contacts. Inside contacts, we have customers, vendors. We'll talk about interactions, opportunities, sales quotes, campaigns, segments, teams, and tasks. And these are all interlinked together. If you look at from a single view perspective or a single list perspective, it's difficult to understand the whole process. But it's not a challenge as such. With some time when you spend on this module, you should be able to pick it up and get it a go. Okay, so I have a demo of right after the slide, so I'll just switch over to demo. Just a second. Let me know if you can see my Business Central screen.
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. Okay, so this is a Cronus demo that I signed up. If you look at my role for now, so in the role, when you select the dashboard, you select the Sales and Relationship Manager role, and this brings you to this particular dashboard. What all you get as part of this particular dashboard is, first of all, a couple of tiles on contacts, opportunities, sales quotations and stuff, some on the tasks, some on the email activities, any approvals. And then if you look at the bottom, you will pretty much see the sales pipeline. And sales pipeline meaning you will get how many opportunities you have in a particular stage, and from this you will be able to derive how many opportunities you'll be closing as a customer. Okay, and then you get this opportunities divided between various salespeople. You get certain like reporting details on the opportunities and opportunity types. And of course, you can enable it with Power BI. Right now, I haven't, just to keep it simple. And on the top, when you look at it, you'll see pretty much the sales, the posted documents related to salespersons, certain groups, discounting. And from here, you can also do certain sales analysis, create sales budgets, look at the contacts, customers, etc. Now, let me take you to a journey where we talk about the sales cycle in all together. So when you start with CRM in particular, what you look at is you look at customer. So when I open up any customer, so for example, I open this particular customer, and on a customer, we have a contact code that is linked to that particular customer. Okay, then let me just go here, related. Yeah, where is it? Yeah, I think I'll have to, it's on a totally different page, it seems. Yeah. So on the customer, basically you select the contacts. I believe there were certain actions related to looking at the campaigns for this particular customer and moving forward, but I'll show it to you how it links together. So when you look at the contact code, it pretty much appears as a list. Okay, and this contact code is unique to a particular customer or a vendor. So the way we look at it is we go to contacts, and in this contacts, you'll pretty much see like contacts that are in different color, meaning you'll find some contacts that are in black. These indicate that this particular contact is a contact of the type company. And then under that, you will see a contact that is in blue or a cyan color, which indicates that this is a person working in that company. Okay. The way we identify this is through a type, and then we have a company or a person. Okay, you can apply filter on this and you can move ahead with it. If I click on company, you will see the ones that are highlighted in black are company contacts, and when I select person, I see the ones that are highlighted in blue. Okay, so the way the contacts are related is basically when I open a company contact, okay, I'll see that it is linked to a particular company, okay, and it links itself right now, and you have a business relation for a customer. So when I click on this customer, it opens that particular customer directly. The way this works is there is another table that shows you that business relation. Now, right now, it's if I click on it, it takes me to the customer. But if I show you contact business relations, yeah. So this is a table whereby you say that, okay, I have a business relation code of the type customer. I'm linking it to the customer XYZ. Okay, and when I click on the open card, it opens that particular customer page. Okay, from the contact. So right now this is a company contact. Okay, and from the contact you will basically see all the details related to, let's say, what sort of communication has been done through this particular customer. Let's look at a slightly different view, which is I'm looking at a person contact. Now, person contact is linked to the same, like it is linked to a company contact. Now, if I look at it, you'll know that it is linked over here. Okay, but it's a type person, and why it is important is because this particular contact or a person contact is linked to a particular salesperson code. So think of like this, meaning I am a company owner. I have a staff who is a salesperson, and this salesperson is connected with this contact, Robert. Okay, and I basically map that any communications going to Robert will be done through this particular salesperson, Jim. Okay, so when you're talking about, let's say you want to you're going out in the market, you speak to people in workshops, or you speak to people in certain exhibits, and you gather contacts, right? So you create contacts over here until you first create these contacts. Okay, this won't have any company or a customer details filled in. Okay, but you assign a salesperson to this particular contact who will take this forward and turn this particular contact into a customer. Okay, and as part of doing this, as part of converting this particular contact into a customer, there are various stages that we have to go through. Okay, so on this particular contact, you have the ability to create an opportunity. So when I create, so let's say I'm just saying furniture. Okay, and I'm just selecting this particular contact. Okay, now once I go through this contact, okay, you see that we define certain priorities. We have options to select certain campaigns. We have options to select a sales cycle. Okay, and I'll get into the details of this. But for now, let's say I have an opportunity. And when I create an opportunity for this particular contact, what I do is I activate something called as various stages of a sales cycle. Okay, and these stages are nothing but right from the contact, I have to keep in touch with this contact. I have to nurture this contact. I have to, let's say, go for some kind of an activity. Let's say a dinner or a lunch, or maybe like, playing golf with this particular contact, just to develop the relationship. And these there are interactions that come out of these activities. So when you do any interactions, those are like, the stages through which your contact converts into a customer. Okay, so right now we have this initial stage. And initial stage meaning we created this opportunity and we are in the initial stage. Now, at the initial stage, the chances of converting this particular contact into a customer is of 10%. Okay, I've completed 2% of the sales cycle over here. Okay, and that's pretty much what you indicate. Now, when I click on update, okay, what I'm doing is I'm like right from the initialization, I'm qualifying this customer or this contact to become a customer. So when I select this update, I'll see that there is a second stage for qualification. Okay. And I can move ahead. So estimated value, let's say I get to know that this is about a 100,000 US dollars worth of opportunity. Okay. And maybe on my first interaction or on my first stage of the cycle, I notice that, okay, this is the customer is good enough, and I feel like the chances of success are about 25%. Okay. I move on to the next cycle. Okay. Now the probability is increased. I have certain things. I know that actual what is the current value, what is the estimated value. Okay. So I know all these details from here. Now, as I proceed further in this, so in this particular opportunity, I have something called as tasks. So as I move ahead for a particular salesperson, as I move ahead, we have something called as a list of tasks that gets assigned. Okay, and these tasks are meaning we need to verify certain customer needs. We need to follow up with certain introduction letters, send some details, identify key people, estimate customer needs. So all these are basically tasks. And these tasks you can either assign to a particular person, meaning in this case, I can assign it to a particular salesperson. Okay. Or I can assign it to a team of people who will perform these tasks, and we can move ahead with it. Okay. So let's say I assign it to this guy, and I say, okay, the task is in progress. And let's say as I move ahead, I go and complete this task. Okay. So as soon as I complete this task, it asks me that whether I need to create a interaction log entry. Okay. And it chooses the contact automatically. Out of a task, I'm expected to do something. Okay. So let's say I am sending abstract of the meeting. Okay, I hit next. Now, if it's related to a particular campaign or anything, let's say if I select this campaign, okay, and what sort of opportunity is this task related to? So it will show up here. You also mark these booleans which says that you want to mark this interaction as part of a campaign, or this interaction is a response to a campaign. You can just choose it. In this, you can also mention your comments. So let's say had a discussion with Robert. The opportunity looks promising, something like that. Okay. And then I hit next. Okay. So right now there is no attachment. This template has no attachment for celebrate. Okay. That's fine. Maybe I'll just go to something. Let's say outgoing phone call. Okay. And I can evaluate what sort of detail this is. So as soon as I click next, I see something called as an interaction. Okay. And this task is completed. Okay. Out of every task that you complete. So right now, let's say I'm just moving this to completed. Okay. It will ask you if you want to register any kind of interaction. If I say no, okay, that's perfectly fine. Okay, let me just assign someone. It looks like this is some kind of a bug, but yeah, but it stays there. I don't know why that's the case, but yeah. If I go, I say completed, it says, I say interaction, no, and it marks it as closed. Okay, so these tasks are now completed. 4 more tasks are pending. Now, let's say we move on to a different, we say that, okay, I think we have done whatever is required for qualifying this customer. I go and click on update and I select next. And here I can just update the chances of success. I want to cancel any open tasks and I do that here. Okay, so right now, you see there is a error or a pop-up that says that you cannot go to the stage before creating a sales quote. So this means I cannot actually update anything from here. So all I have to do is create a sales quote. Okay, sure. And this particular, let's say if I don't select a customer here, okay. Yeah, okay, this comes from the opportunity. That's why. Sorry, let me just go back. Actually, it's coming from the opportunity with the customer details. If I just remove this. Okay, and I select a particular contact. So, okay, this contact is linked with the customer. That's why it's coming up. But what I'm doing is I am saying, okay, I'm just going to share a sales quotation, and maybe they want 1,000 pieces of chair and unit prices, let's say 100. Okay, it adds taxes and it calculates this sales quotation. So my sales quote is created. Now I can send the sales quote from here, or I can just see. Oh, because I created the sales quote without the opportunity. Just a second. Okay, so this is the sales code that is created. I go back, release. Now from here, I can open the same sales code and it will come up here. But the idea is now the sales code is created. I can like simply send it by email or attach it or download PDF, whatever is required as part of the sales code. Okay. And once the sales code is created, now if I click on update, I should be able to update to the next stage. Okay, so I am at the third stage. Okay, I'm expecting that this opportunity will close positively, and let's say I'm doing a short close with this one. Okay, so did I win or did I lose the opportunity? If I won, why did I won? So like you can define what sort of categories come under the reason. So let's say best product. Okay, and I do cancel all old tasks. Okay, so now this opportunity has closed. Now, when the opportunity is closed, I can simply place an order from the quote itself, and this will convert the quote into order, and it will bring in all the details. Like let's say it will bring in the opportunity details. It didn't bring in the salesperson, but if you want to assign it, you can assign it, and that should be fine as well. You want to assign this particular sales order to someone, you can just choose that person as well. Okay, so this creates the sales order process. Now let me go back and take you through the journey. So when I sent something to this particular contact, now you will see that there are two things that got added here. Okay, one of the thing is when I created a sales quote, it shows that the sales quote was created over here. When I created an outgoing interaction, it shows that okay, there is an outgoing interaction over here, and I can just click on the comment and I can check the comment over here. This is known as the interaction. You can create your own interactions manually if you have to. Okay, but you can do it as part of the task as well. So pretty much this is the contact side. Now let me go to opportunity and show you what it is. So you have multiple opportunities that you create for a particular contact or a particular customer. Okay. Right now it is like, linked with the contact company information. So that's why you can see it. But from the opportunity, okay, you can check if there were any interaction entries that were created. So I'll just go back and maybe show you maybe this one. Yeah, this one is the one. So I can go from here and I can see all the interactions that were done as part of this opportunity. Okay, any tasks that were marked cancel, or if you want to do some evaluation of this particular one. So let's say it was neutral, you can just change it to reevaluate, and it moves on like that. You can also see if there were any attachments as part of this interaction. So let me just remove certain filters to show you some of the places where there were attachments. No. I think maybe some email ones. Let's see if it comes up with here. Yeah, okay. So this is the purchase order, and this is the attachment that was attached to this interaction. Okay, so this is pretty much the interactions. We already saw the tasks. So right now, if you see all the tasks, because we canceled those are also marked cancel, and you can see that these tasks are closed. Okay. I think that's pretty much it on the opportunity. You can also see postponed interactions. So postponed interactions meaning you want to make your interactions and you want to run it through on a later date. So that is postponed interactions. Okay, so that was opportunities. Now looking at okay, let me take you to the salesperson. So looking at salesperson purchaser. So let's say now I'm opening this particular salesperson card. Okay, I can define a certain things, which is the job title, commissions on this particular one. If there is any next task that is assigned to this person, I can see it from here. Okay, but what can a salesperson do? So salesperson is part of a team. Okay, so if I go here and I remove certain filters, just give me a second. So I can see that a particular salesperson is part of this administration team. What I can do here is I can go and add myself as part of, let's say, marketing team, or I can add myself as part of, let's say, sales team. Okay, so a team is used to process a task or a set of tasks, and you can also look at tasks from here, task list, and this is pretty much it. And you can choose which team is part of this and move ahead with it, and someone can pick up that task and go ahead. But you can also see if there were any log entries particularly related to this particular salesperson. Okay, if there are any particular contacts on which this particular salesperson is linked to, so you can see those contacts over here. Okay, and you can also see if any campaigns this salesperson is a part of. So if I remove this, I can see that okay, there are different campaigns, but these belong to different sales people. And segments. So segments is an interesting part of the CRM side. So segments is more of like I am grouping certain contacts to run my campaigns against. So meaning I have a campaign, let's say, to increase my sales on certain furnitures. Okay, I create it as a campaign, and then in order to identify which contacts are to be added to this um, particular process to draw down a list of contacts that are to be communicated, you basically create a segment. Okay, so let's say I just create a new segment for new furniture, choose the salesperson code, I can choose the dates, that's fine. I can choose certain level of certain interaction template codes. So let's say I just say or she, that's okay. And then here at the bottom, I can add all the customers that are involved as part of this particular segment. Okay, I can add contacts from here as well. So if I know I'm referring to certain customers that are from the US, okay, and if that contact has a particular questionnaire or any kind of mailing group or interaction, you can just filter by different types here. Okay, and when you do that, when you hit OK, what it will do is it will go ahead and it will add this particular contact. Now understand this, it has added the company as well as a particular contact person in this segment. Okay, and I can also assign a campaign to this. Okay, now as soon as I create this segment, I can just go ahead and log. So what this will do is this will create it can create a follow-up segment out of this, or you can send certain attachments. One moment. Yeah, so I can choose, let's say I'm taking this particular attachment that is to be added. Okay, let's say I'm just doing it for one for now. I think it might pop up with errors. Yeah, I expected that. But I can decide what sort of attachments I want to attach. Okay, I'll delete the rest of the members of these segments just to make sure that the error does not pop up. Okay, but once I'm done with that, I can just do and I click on send attachments and it will yeah, right now my email setting is not enabled, so that's why it's giving up, but I can just simply download and that's pretty much it. So segment got logged. Okay, what this segment did is there are different segments. So segment got logged, meaning it did something out of it. Okay, so what is that? One thing that it did is let's say sort by date. Just a second. If I go to this particular campaign, I choose this campaign, and if I choose this segment, yeah, okay. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so basically what I'm doing is I'm as part of this segment. Okay, I am generating some kind of a first level interaction with these contacts, sending certain documents, and it's part of I'm tagging if it's part of certain contacts or not. So if I just do add contacts for now, and if I don't hit any filter, it will pretty much bring all the contacts. Now if I do print cover sheets, Just give it a minute. Yeah, so this is like, for every contact that is being added, it will create this cover sheets, and you can add more context to this cover sheet, but this is pretty much the default one that is created by Microsoft. I'll just show you one more just to make sure that this topic is being understood. And if I do log, no, I want to create a follow-up segment. Yes, if I do log and if I do follow-up, no, don't want to send anything. So what it will do is it will create a new segment out of this. The result of this segment is you can do a couple more things. You can simply print certain labels. Okay. These labels are basically, let's say you're going to some kind of a trade show, and you know that these people will be getting involved in a particular type of activity. So you can print these labels, and you can, when you have a booth, you can provide that. Or you can do one more thing. You can you can create a mailing group out of it. Okay, so you can define various mailing groups. And why this is important is because once you want to send something out of Business Central on a large scale, instead of doing it for one contact at a time, you're doing it for multiple contacts. Okay, and you apply a mailing group, and this is taken forward as part of the logging in of the segment. Now I can also export certain contacts as part of this. So if I look at this, I know that, okay, oh, it's looking for a Microsoft add-in. Give me 1 second, let me just show you that. But Mac is yeah, I don't think I can bring up my Excel on this screen for some reason. Nope. I don't know, something's wrong. Okay, I cannot bring my Excel, but it basically gives me the list of contacts here. And what I can do as part of this is, let's say if I have to do some, individually call each of these contacts and move forward. So segment is basically identifying, grouping contacts, sending some details to these contacts, and pretty much first level interaction that you want to do. Okay. Now, moving off from segments. Okay, where were we? Yes. So we can also create campaigns from a particular salesperson. And what this campaign looks like is, let's say I am creating an event. I have certain, certain campaigns that I can go ahead with. And these campaigns, as part of these campaigns, I can create certain prices or discounts as part of this. So relevant segment line to the campaign. 1 second. Let me just log this in. Yes, log. Salesperson board. Okay, so once I log this, if I go here on the campaign and I want to activate certain sales price, to segment lines to the cam, please check mark in cam. Oh, 1 second, I think I need to find something here. Yeah, I can see that these I think that there's supposed to be a field here. Oh, let me just check if there is an activated one. Okay, maybe not here. I'm just opening up a page inspection to see. Yep. Yeah, so there are certain fields that are here on the back end, but it looks like it's not something that has to be done. So 1 second, let me just try and activate. Yes, yeah, it gives me this. 1 second, I'll just create a new one. Increase furniture. Just to start it today and on say 31st. Okay. I think there are certain fields that I need to add. That's weird. I don't know why I cannot add fields from here, but pretty much what you can do is you can activate certain pricing and discounts for a particular campaign, and from that you can move ahead. Yeah, this is what it is. Let's say for this one. Give me 1 second. Okay, log. Okay, segment is logged. This one, if I go and try, yes, it's the same error. I think I need to check what this issue is. But from the campaign, you should be able to activate and add certain pricings. Okay. Now moving further, campaign segments. We spoke about contacts. You can also see any emails that were being sent from a certain particular point of time through this salesperson. You can define certain dimensions. Again, this is more on like the finance side of things. Okay. Now I'm going to show you something that is a little bit interesting, which is sales team. Yeah, in the sales team, you define the sales people. Okay. So let's say if I selected Canva, I'll see that there are certain people who are part of this team. Okay. I'll just bring up sales cycle. Okay. So sales cycle is the one that we used on the opportunity card. And what this does is, in this sales cycle, you define various stages of the sales. You see that, from the initial to presentation to proposal to signing, you define that, okay, these are the chances of success. You complete this much part of the sales cycle. You are allowed to skip certain steps. Okay. And if you select quote required, it means that for this, from to progress to, let's say, cycle number 3 or stage number 3, you need a sales quotation to be created on stage number 2. Okay. So this is the sales cycle of the things. And right now there are 2. Okay. But you will see that both of these differ by a little bit. Okay. And you can define activity codes on this. Why this is important is because in activity, you can add various things, and there is a due date on certain tasks. Okay. So when I'm in a particular activity or on a particular stage, there are certain tasks that I need to do. So I add these tasks over here. Okay. And these tasks, you can define the due date for this using this activity. Okay, so that's the sales cycle. Active segments, you can see over here. You can see logged segments as well. And if I open any of these, oh no, this is user related campaign entry. Yeah, there are campaign entry that is created as part of this because I added this campaign over here, but I think that there was an issue. Couldn't find out why. But this, you can also see what sort of interactions were done as part of a particular segment. Okay. And yeah, okay. All right. Now going back to the contacts view, I'll show you one more thing. Okay, so there are a certain things. So this contact is part of a mailing group. Okay, that is added over here. This contact is part of a business relation. So because this is linked to a customer, it is showing the business relation. You can also define industry groups. So what are industry groups? So industry groups are nothing but like, you can define which industries does this contact belong to. Okay. Let's say it comes over here, and then, one thing, let me just go back and reopen it. And it will show that there's an industry group that is added. For a contact, you can also add certain job responsibilities. Why this is important is you will understand what are the key responsibilities for this particular contact. Like, let's say if this person is in charge of purchase, or if this person is in charge of something, and we need to send them a proposal or not. So that is present over here. And then moving on. So, okay. You can also add profile, but I think profile questionnaires. Questionnaires. Yeah. So you need to set up questionnaire. Okay. And what this questionnaire is, on a particular contact, you can define what type of questionnaire it is. So you ask a question: how many number of employees in the company? What's the type of company ownership? What's the additional business relation? So these questionnaires uh, change certain priorities of that particular contact. Okay. And you can allow multiple answers, or you can allow certain ranges. You can also see which contact has been linked to a particular type of questionnaire. Okay. Let's say if I go here, yeah. So I can see that for a customer, you get more data over here, and you can play around with this. But what this is useful for is, let's say if I create a new customer, a contact. Okay, just naming it test for now. Yeah, I'll just let this one be for now. I need to do the questionnaire setup. Not this. Configuration questionnaires. No, not here. And not here. I think there was a way to add a list of questionnaires over here. And based on the questions answered, you can define the category of the contact. Maybe I'll write a blog about this one on this. Oh yeah, I think let's see. This, yes, profile questionnaires, that is correct. Oops. Yeah, I think this is it. This is the one. If I hit close, okay, yeah, this is the one. So you click on profiles. Earlier, I think there was a button here. So if you click on profiles, okay, it will let you select certain things and you will understand what sort of question this is. And this is assigned to a contact type over here. Okay, profile questionnaire list. File. Yeah, I don't see why it does not come up, but let me just take it to this. We can see it from here. Yeah, so we have these, we already saw this. Okay, now this is assigned to companies. Okay, from this contact type, companies and contact type as people, you can assign it to a particular one. And if you wanted to assign it to a particular company with a particular business code, you can define it over here. Okay, perfect. All right, now the questionnaire code for companies will be different, because if I click on contact and profiles, yeah, you see it is linked to a company, or you can choose if it's a customer and it comes along with the questions. Right now, I don't think it is configured. But yeah, you can choose. And that brings the question over here. Okay. Yeah, so once the sales cycle is completed, 1 second, I'll just see some more things. Yeah, so this particular contact, you can also, like, I showed you the business relation here, right? So this business relation takes you to the customer, but you can also create a business relation for vendor for the same contact as well. Okay, so now if you see business relations, if I click on it, you'll see 2. And then you can decide if you want to contact the vendor side of it, or you want to contact the customer side of it. Okay, that is it. You can do merging of the contact, that is pretty standard. Okay, person, job responsibilities we saw. If there are any alternate addresses, you can just add and choose the company name and the details of this contact for any contact alternate addresses if there are any. And you can also see what sort of mailing group this is. I haven't tried this one, but okay, except yeah, I think it just shows the map of the where that person is based out of. So that's fine. Yeah, so this is the contact side. Then from a customer side, I was trying to find these details earlier, but not here. Not here. Customer side is more on like the finance side, so I'm not expecting a lot of things, but I did notice a couple of things earlier, so I just wanted to talk about that. No, I don't think I see anything here. I think this is, if I click on sales, yeah, I see the sales by day or maybe like by month if I do to see these details, but I think that's pretty much it on the customer side. Okay, and then moving on to, we saw salespeople, we saw quotations, we saw active and locked segments. Active segment is here. Yeah, we saw locked segments. We saw opportunities. Yeah, I think that pretty much covers most of it. So yeah, from the sales quote, when I went ahead and opened the one second, let's just show. Do you want to convert? Yes. So this created a sales order, right? So this sales order pretty much has all the details of that particular, let's say, it brings in all the details of that particular sales quotation. Okay. And moving forward, if I click post and I just ship an invoice, this particular sales order. Yes. It brings up like right now I don't think it got the salesperson code. Yeah, it did not, like, whatever is present on the sales code, it brings over and moves forward. So that's pretty much it on the on the sales cycle. I think we are about at time now. So do we have any questions?
Thank you very much, Olister. Let's have a quick look. Not much on sales and service from a contact management perspective. It'd be nice to kind of wrap up. Obviously, you showed the opportunity management process. It's very different from other versions of Dynamics. You can still see it's very much transaction centric versus customer centric. Even the contacts are transaction centric. Do you have any kind of feedback to give the attendees in terms of the challenges that users face? Because it seems as though it still has obviously the segmentation layers, the activity management, so you can still do all of that, except it's very much a completely different experience to what you'd get in the other Dynamics stack. So do you have any kind of feedback you'd like to share?
So
like
I mean,
when you're driving adoption on this?
Right. So I mean, to be frank, not a lot of customers implement this because I mean, it's all table based. I would say it's not like a flow based system, but I mean, with even with some customizations, you can convert this from a table based system to a flow based. Why this is important is because if you are trying to do some sort of CRM activities that are getting sufficed in Business Central, okay, it means that you don't need to go and buy Dynamics 365 CRM. And sorry, I'm not just advocating for BC, but from a cost perspective, if it's like reasonable enough for your requirements. There are a few more things that you can build on top of this, meaning if you structure it properly from, let's say, right now what I showed you is more of like an open-ended thing. right? So you look at various tables, you see, oh, this is linked to this is linked to this. But if we can come up with some kind of like a mapping, where you move from one view to a different view altogether, that's that would make the life easier for all the people who are going to use this particular product. So I think, this is the groundwork, and there is some work needed on top of this, but it's not that hard, to be honest. So if you're looking to save a few bucks and you're already using Business Central, do give it a try. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to collaborate and help through as well.
No, thank you so much, Olister. It's very insightful. So thank you so much for that. So that was Olister, guys. Great to see Olister again. So we are now on to our next session. We're over on 2 minutes and we've got lots to cover. So we moved away from financials for a while. We're heading back, okay? We are heading back with none other than Chandana, who will be covering the inventory and purchase management. So we started off financial management. We're now going to inventory and purchase management, right? So hello there, Chandana.
Yeah, hi Raj.
Hello there. Thanks for joining us all the way from Dubai. I hope you're well. I hope you're
Yeah,
safe.
we are safe so far.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. So Chandana works for some big clients. If the first time I met Chandana, I got the Dubai chocolate, and I didn't know what Dubai chocolate was. This was when it first came out, and I thought, what is this? Chandana gave me this chocolate, and I didn't know it was going to be the next big thing, and I took it back home with me after he gave it me to Manchester. People were raving about it. And then it took off. The whole Dubai chocolate thing took off, and obviously you were responsible for the manufacturing of that chocolate in Business Central. So that's a little bit of a story about Chandana. So Chandana, are you able to share your screen?
Yes, sure. Yeah, thank you, Raj, for this opportunity. I think this is my first experience to connect with the Power community, Microsoft Power community. I'm so happy to be a part of it, and thank you again for the opportunity. Yeah, my name is Chandana, and I'm working as a techno-functional consultant at here in Dubai. So I'll share my screen. Yeah. Yes. Is it visible?
We can see your screen. Fantastic. Yeah. Over to you.
Yeah, fine. Today we are going to cover the inventory management and the purchase management in the Business Central. Considering the time constraint, I'll not get into more theoretical part. We will directly jump into the demonstration, where we will cover the whole inventory management from the creation of the item to how to handle the inventory, and on the purchase side as well, from the onboarding of supplier, like which is called as a supplier in the business terms. Like normally we call it as a vendor in the Business Central terminology. From the onboarding of vendor to the purchasing items from a vendor to doing the payment to the vendor. Like we will cover all these things, inventory management and the purchase management today. So let me open the Business Central environment. This is the Cronus. This is the environment with some Cronus data here. So currently, I think Raj and in the previous sessions, Narayan, everyone explained pretty much about these role centers. Currently, I am on Business Manager role center. It's fine. I'll continue on this Business Manager role center because I have to cover both modules. Let's start with the item creation. Yeah. See, basically there are three different types of items. One is in the Business Central that one can create. One is inventory, one is non-inventory item, and another is a service item. The creation of items can be done in a multiple ways. Directly, you can create the item from the scratch, or you can create an item by using a standard item templates, or we can create the item by using the copy item functionality as well. So let's see what kind of templates are already configured here. So basically, item templates are nothing but the draft that was pre-designed or pre-configured. So in case if we are creating lot of items with the same posting groups or with the similar dimensions, with the similar information, instead of creating every time manually or instead of creating every item manually, you can use this item template and then do the necessary changes based on the item. So that is the whole point of creating the item templates over here. And then I can open one item template. So the just the item template code, the description, and we have number series configured on the item template. By default, the number series, I think it was mentioned in the earlier sessions that number series plays a very key role in the whole process. The number series for the items will be defined on the inventory setup. Yeah, here it is. And by default, the system will consider the number series from the inventory setup, or if we want to have a specific number series for an inventory item, we can define it here. Like for all the inventory items, we wanted to have a specific number series. For all the non-inventory items, we can have a specific number series. So if we have this kind of combinations to be implemented in the business central, those should be that can be configured on the template level. Okay, and more or less the item templates looks like an item master. I mean item only, the information, the blog, sales blog, purchase blog, and the type, the base unit of measures, the categories, everything. And there are some fields related to the inventory, which is like a shelf number. And yes, this is very important when the item is created, like the costing details. So we have a different types of costing methods in the business central on the item master: FIFO, LIFO, specific, average, standard. This will be configured completely based on the business requirement. Mostly the manufacturing companies goes with the average costing. uh, Depends upon the company. Again, if it is a distribution company or trading company, it goes with a different kind of costing methodology. So I'll just give an example of the average costing. So average costing works in a way, for example, we have purchased a item of 10 quantity from one supplier or from one vendor with 10 dirhams each. And from the another supplier or another vendor, we have purchased a 10 quantity from with like 20 dirhams each. So the unit cost of an item, how it works, it will take the consolidated purchase value divided by the quantity. It will take the average and update as like the average of 100 plus 200 divided by 20, which is 300 divided by 20, which is like 15. 15 would be our unit cost. So that is how the costing methodology, the average costing works. I just gave an example of an average. I'm not getting into the because if we talk, we can talk whole day about this costing methods. Basically, this costing method really helps us to control how inventory valuation behaves. So that's why this is very important. The costing method is very important, and some posting groups that are very important and mandatory fields that has to be updated during the time of item creation: general product posting group, VAT product posting group, and inventory posting group. General product, these posting groups will help us to map the transactions related to this item to the GLs, which will again help us to check the financials. And prices and sales, if there is another tab called prices and sales, uh, I think it was covered in the previous session that for a specific for an item you can have a sales price list. So or the unit price that you are mentioned defining on the item master is the price which is including VAT or excluding VAT. All the configuration can be done here. I think this is not that mandatory because it completely varies. The subscription package is also not something which we need it now. Yeah, replenishment. Replenishment is something which is again the mandatory. There are multiple ways of replenishing the item. The either from the purchase, the production, or the assembly. basically you can build up the stock by purchasing an item, or you can build up the stock or inventory by producing an item, or you can build up the stock by assembling the item. There are basically these three are the replenishment types, but the transfer replenishment type comes on the stock keeping unit level, which we will cover later. Lead time calculation, the lead time to the time that will be taken to replenish this particular item. It could be like 5 days, or it could be 1 day, or it could be 15 days, completely depends. If the replenishment type is a purchase, you can define that if we are completely like if you're purchasing this item from a specific vendor, you can define that vendor number also here. And then we have something related to the planning, which will be more, I think, planning parameters that has to be defined if we are implementing the manufacturing module, which I will not touch now. And we have something called item tracking, which is again very important. And item tracking, again, it will help us to track the inventory based on the lot numbers, serial numbers, and the expiry dates. And it will help to have a better traceability of an item. And we can see some examples when we replenish the inventory with item tracking and without item tracking, what's the difference that we will see. Yeah, that is like more that pretty much, I think that's it. That was configured on the item template. And dimensions, if we wanted to define a dimensions again for the financial purpose, can define the dimensions over here. So let's create an item. In this whole session, we will follow one item. We will follow one item um, through the entire process. And one scenario, like we have a corporate office with multiple branches, like we have a main branch and we have a multiple branches as well. Okay, we will take this scenario every time, and when we are doing any transactions or any kind of documents in the system. Okay, again, for handling the inventory, for the inventory management, you can manage the inventory with locations and without locations as well. If you if you replenish your stock without locations, you will completely lose the traceability. So that's the reason at any point of time we make sure that any inventory related transaction should have a location mandatory that can be configured on the inventory setup. Okay, uh, let's create an item. I'm going to take an item called coffee powder and then let's create an item. I can create from template directly, or I can create it manually as well. Let's see if I created an item from the template directly. I think the information has been, the information is already updated that was defined on the template level. So I can put the description as coffee powder, and it's an inventory type again, but the base unit of measure, which is this is like fixed field. Like if the base unit of measure is the unit of measure where you are replenishing your inventory. I am going to give as a kg because I want to replenish the inventory of the coffee powder in kgs. Then the category, we have something called item category code as well. It could be, yeah, it is coming under, I'm defining this particular item under the category called coffee. Okay, and it's the same. You can define the net weight here, gross weight, which again will help us to do the better analysis and in manufacturing and in the manufacturing especially. Let's not touch the net weight for now. Costing methods again, and we have general product posting group, VAT product and inventory posting group updated directly from the template. We have something called prices and sales tab. Yeah, we have sales unit of measure. Maybe sometimes there are such scenarios where you will replenish the inventory in one unit of measure, but when you are purchasing and when you are selling your item, you wanted to follow a different unit of measure. Like basically this item we can configure and we can define multiple unit of measures actually, like in the item master, we have unit of measure table, items unit of measure. Let me delete the piece. Yeah. For example, if always I want to purchase in a box. Okay, but one box will have 5 kgs. Like one box contains 5 kgs. So this is how we define the multiple unit of measures as well. And then yeah, replenishment type, the purchase and lead time, I'm just defining 5 days, which will help me to calculate the expected receiving date, or to replenish the item on the purchase orders or on the production orders level. So I don't have any fixed supplier where I can purchase the coffee powder from, so I'm not defining any vendor number here. So purchase unit of measure is kg. If we want, we can always change to box as well. So by default, the purchase order for this coffee powder will be created in the box. So yeah, and the planning again, this is for manufacturing part, which we will not touch now. And the item tracking, we have an item tracking tab here, where you can define the item tracking code and the number series for the item tracking as well. Let's define the item tracking. Let's consider this item as a item tracking item, and I'm defining the lot number series. You can create multiple number series. It's completely based on the business requirement again. Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty much about the item creation, and we have an approval workflows that we can configure the approval workflows on the item creation level as well. There are two types of approval workflows. Once the item master is created, the approval can be sent. Again, in the approval we have 3 types. One is a direct approver, workflow user group, and approver chain approval process. So based on the configuration, the approval will be sent, and then once the item is approved, your item is good to use to do any kind of transactions in the system. Or there are some mandatory or the mandatory information that we don't want anyone to change. For example, um, if someone is trying to change the general product posting group, of course, because or the inventory posting group is something which we have already configured, and which the GL account is also mapped. For example, if someone tries to change the inventory posting group from resale to something else, and if someone wants to get notified that the inventory posting group from resale has changed it to the finished goods or raw materials, that kind of approval workflows also can be configured in the business central. Okay. And we have something called stock keeping units, which is an interesting part on the item master. Yeah. Stock keeping units are nothing but the supplement of item cards that can be defined on the location level. So basically, the stock keeping units are nothing but, yeah, as I mentioned, the supplement of an item cards that can be defined on an location level. Consider the scenario that we have a office with multiple branches. All the purchases, everything will happen from the main office. But if there is a requirement in a branch for a branch, the way of replenishing the stock in that particular location is always transfer. It's not purchase. Let me show you an example here. We have a multiple locations created in the system. Okay, one is east, main, and silver, west, white, and yellow. Consider this main as a main location, and we have multiple branches called east, silver, west, white, and yellow. Currently, there is a requirement of a coffee powder on the east branch. Since there is a requirement, the way of replenishing the stock of this coffee powder is purchase, but the way of replenishing the stock of coffee powder on the east location is transfer. So we can create the stock keeping unit for locations, and we can, yeah, Now the stock keeping unit is created here. Yes. Yeah, in the replenishment, I'm selecting it as transfer. Okay. When I select the transfer from should be always main. It's basically the kind of the replenishing type is always transfer from the main location. If there is any demand or if there is any need of any item on this location for this item, it should be always via transfer order, not via purchase order. Okay. And you can define you can define multiple parameters based on location wise, so that more or I mean that is the use of like stock creation of stock keeping units. Okay, fine. Then we can have a fat box here where you can update the picture of a specific item. And then if you want to add an attachments related to this particular item, you can always add the attachments. Okay. Now, coming to replenishing the inventory, there are multiple ways of replenishing the stock. It can be purchase, it can be production, assembly. Apart from the purchase, apart from the assembly and production, we can increase the inventory, or we can up the inventory levels using the item journals and physical inventory journals as well. So let's take the item journal and let's try to increase the inventory here. From item master, we can directly we can go to the item journal, or directly on the search bar itself also you can search for item journal as well. Okay, now I'm in item journal. We have an entry type called positive adjustment and negative adjustment, where positive adjustment means like increasing your inventory and negative means like you are decreasing your inventory. So the item is coffee powder, and we are increasing the stock on the main warehouse. Consider some 200 kg with the cost of 20 dirhams. By default, it will take the local currency, which is configured on the general ledger setup. I think the standard currency is pound, if I'm not wrong. Or I'm not able to find the currency code, local currency code. Yeah, it will be configured on the general ledger setup. Okay, fine. Let me try to post the item journal system. It is not allowing me to post because it's an item tracking. The item is defined. The item tracking is defined for this item. So we have to define the lot number and the expiry date. Here we can define the lot number using the number series that was mentioned on the item master, that we have configured on the item master. Or if we want to have a lot number with specific in a specific format, that can be also done, like manually. If we want to enter also, we can do that. Or if we want the system to pick directly the next number series, also, like by doing this assign lot number, the lot number will be automatically updated. And the expiry date, for example, let's give one year from today. Now I'll post. Yeah. Now we have posted, and the inventory is updated with 200 quantity. Okay. So always you can monitor the inventory by event, location, the lot, unit of measure. You can use this report. Let's go with item availability by location. Yeah, we have a stock on the main warehouse. The inventory is 200. Or let's try to do the item availability by lot. Yeah. In this lot number, we have a inventory of 200, which is going to expire on 4/3. I mean, in 2027 March 4th. Okay. Um. And we have something called physical inventory journal as well, where you can use the physical inventory journal also to build up the inventory, to build your inventory levels. Consider there is a request from the uh, location called east, which is configured in the business central. There is a request from the east warehouse to the main warehouse to transfer certain like 100 kgs of coffee powder. That is called as an inventory moment in the business central. All these inventory moments will be handled using the transfer orders or item reclassification journals. We have two types of inventory moments again. One is a direct transfer, or another one is using in transit So let me open the transfer orders here. Yeah. For example, from the main location to east warehouse, there is a requirement of transferring like 100 kgs of coffee powder. We can do direct transfer, or we can do via in transit. If we do direct transfer, both the shipping and receiving will happen at the same time. If we use the in transit, first the shipping will be happen to the in transit location, and from in transit location the transfer to the east location. From the in transit location, the goods will be received to the east location. Let's go with the coffee powder only, and the quantity of 100. Okay. I cannot ship and receive at the same time. Once system will not allow, it will ask me to assign the lot number because this item is a lot specific item. So we'll go here and we will assign the lot number, basically from which lot we are going to take the inventory and transfer. Okay. Yes. Now the quantity is shipped. The quantity shipped is 100, but the quantity to receive is still quantity received is still 0. Okay. We can monitor this whole thing on the item master, or we can monitor the whole thing on the item inventory, item ledger entries as well. Now if we check the item availability, by location, can see, yeah, in the in transit location the quantity is 100, and from the main warehouse, from the main location, the quantity is already deducted. It was 200 before, and the 100 was already shipped to the in transit, so you can see the stock here. Now we'll go back and then we'll receive the yes, the transfer. Once the transfer order is completely shipped and received, it will show one message that transfer order is successfully posted, and now it is deleted. Yeah, the order will be automatically deleted from the system because the document is completed. Now, if we go and check the items again, item availability by location, we have 100 on the east warehouse and 100 on the main warehouse. Fine. Okay, we have posted multiple transactions related to the items. I think we have created an item, we posted an item journal, we used an item journal to build up the stock, and then for the inventory movement, we made a one transfer order. So all the inventory related transactions or all the item related inventory transactions, transaction postings will be affected on the item ledger entries table. So you can always monitor here. For example, we have done the transactions related to the item coffee powder. I'm going to filter with this item number coffee powder. You can see the whole history here. The entry type is positive adjustment, which means we have used an item journal to build a stock on third. I think the work date was set up as 3/6/2026. That's the reason you can see the date as 3/6/2026 here. Yeah. On the main warehouse, the quantity of 200 was replenished, and then from main warehouse, the 100 quantity was deducted via transfer shipment, and it has gone to the own logistic, which is an in-transit location, and from in-transit location, the quantity was received on the east. The quantity is received on the east location. Yeah, these are the document numbers. Document numbers are nothing but the shipment numbers and the transfer receipt numbers. Only we can always go to that particular document and verify as well. Okay, I think this is more or less about the inventory, and we have a lot of reports that are configured for inventory in the Business Central. Standard reports are already available, where I can show few reports here. Inventory valuation, starting from, for example, let's take today. No, let's take the year, and let's do the inventory evaluation for the coffee powder only, for the item which we have created. See, it gave the inventory, like the valuation of the whole inventory. As of 31/12/2025, we don't have any stock. After 2025, we have increased the quantity with the value of 4,000. As of today also, we have the stock of 200 quantity with the value 4,000. If we perform more operations, I think it would have been in a more detailed way, but yeah, it's fine. Apart from that, we have multiple reports: the inventory list, the inventory aging report. Apart from the standard Microsoft Business Central reports, Microsoft has recently developed some standard Power BI reports for every module. And if you have a Power BI license, we can view those reports actually. So I've configured few Power BI reports as well. I can show that reports also. Let's take the inventory app, and I'm going to enable this. Let's see how it is gonna look. Yeah, I think this was configured with the other database actually. So yeah, it is telling that inventory by location and purchases and sales quantity of each item, the item availability, the gross requirement. One second, there is a better view of actually checking this one. If we want it in a table, the schedule receipts, the inventory by lot, inventory by serial number, the bin contents if we are using advanced warehouse module in your in the company, bin contents by item tracking, everything can be, the whole inventory related details can be tracked on this particular Power BI app. Actually, this is very well configured and well designed. We can rely on these reports actually. Yeah, I think that is pretty much about the inventory management, but we have a lot of things to cover on the inventory management, like handling the inventory, item tracing, and then handling the inventory on the advanced warehouse levels. If your locations are warehouse locations where you have bins, picks, putaways, and all that, that will be covered in an advanced warehouse module session, I think, which was already scheduled. So we are not going to touch that now. Let's get into this purchase module, whole purchase module. Again, to start with the purchase module, we have to onboard the supplier first, onboard the vendor first. And all the questions, if you have any questions, you can drop in the chat. Once the session is done, I will try to respond. Okay. First, let's start with the vendor onboarding. For making any purchase, yes, we need a vendor. And let's see, we have any vendors in the system, Business Central standard vendors. We have some standard vendors here. I will try to create a new vendor. Fine. Again, we can create the vendors from using the vendor templates, or you can directly create the vendor as well. I think it's already, I think it is just 20 minutes left. So I'll try to create a vendor uh, from the existing template. And for example, carry 4. Same, the information, the basic details, the currency code. Yeah, the currency code. If you are handling with an export vendor or with a foreign vendor, you can always define the currency code here. The payment terms, the payment methods is mandatory. So the payment methods, payment terms, I'm just giving as a 30 code, 30 days, which is like from the day of invoicing, the due date, like when the payment should be received, or uh, when we should do the payment. Like from the invoice date plus 30 days or invoice date plus 60 days. It completely depends upon the agreement between the vendor and the company. And payment method, the payment, it can be via bank transfer or cash, card payment, or cash on delivery. I think, yeah, the VAT registration number for a company, for a vendor, everything, every the whole information can be updated here. And if you want to attach any trade licenses or any specific certificates or anything, we can always use the document attachment fat box to save all the attachments over here. Yeah. Again, as we have an approval workflows on the item master configured, same you can have an approval, same we have in approvals that was built for vendor master as well. I think we'll not touch more about the vendor. Now the vendor is onboarded, and now let's get into the purchase documents. Again, the purchase, there are multiple purchase documents starting with the blanket purchase order, the quotation, the order, the invoice, the written order, and the credit memo. One where the this blanket purchase order comes. For example, with the supplier called Carry 4, I have made an agreement. For example, a company had made an agreement to purchase coffee powder of 1000 kg with a specific price, with a price of like 18 dirhams. Okay, the supplier has, like the Carry 4 has agreed to give the price of 18 dirhams or 18 pounds. Mm, and we have made an agreement, but there is no need of like purchasing 1000 kg today, I mean at one time. I want this 1000 kg to be uh, received as like 70 kg every month, 70 kg or 80 kg monthly, like every month, like we have a requirement, and every month like 80 kg, 90 kg or 100 kg based on the requirement, but with a fixed price. So if we have this kind of contracts, or if we have this kind of scenarios, mostly companies will go with the blanket purchase order, where they'll make one blanket purchase order. The whole approval will be done by the management, everyone, and it will be freezed in the system. And whenever there is a requirement, or whenever there is a shortage of the item, the purchase order will be directly released from the blanket purchase order. The blanket purchase order looks like a purchase order only. Yeah, it's basically, we'll give the vendor name, the vendor information. Once we select the vendor, the whole the information, everything will be updated automatically. And let's take the coffee powder to the location main, the quantity of 1000 kg with the cost of 18. And we have an approval workflows that has been like can be configured on all the purchase document level, on the blanket or purchase order, quotation level, invoice or invoice level, written order. For every purchase document, the approval workflows can be configured. So currently the quotation was done for 1000 kg with the cost of 18 dirhams, unit cost of 18 pounds. I think here the currency is, yeah, pounds. And it was already approved, and a blanket purchase order has been shared with the vendor. Now there is a requirement of only 100 kg. You just need to update the quantity to receive field as 100 kg, and you can make an order directly from the blanket purchase order, the purchase order will be created. So yeah, you can see this was created from the blanket purchase order. Coffee powder, main location with the 100 quantity. Okay, this is if we have this kind of scenarios, the blanket purchase order is the good option to go with, or mostly the purchase order creation will start from the purchase quote level. Let's see the purchase quote. Yeah. Same, the purchase quote can be made once the quotation is approved, once the has gone through an internal workflows based on the configuration you do. You can convert the purchase quotation to the purchase order also. Once we convert the purchase quotation to the purchase order, let's try. There is one good feature actually in the Business Central. On every document level, we have a functionality of copy document. It's basically like we don't want to enter the items. Like sometimes now we have only one item. Sometimes we have like 10 or 15 items purchasing from a same vendor, and there was already a purchase order created for all those 10 items before. We don't want to enter everything manually. We can always use this copy document functionality. What it does, you can copy the document from multiple records, actually from the code to archiving the codes, from code to quotation, sorry, code like credit memo and anything, from invoice, from everywhere. So currently I'll try to create the purchase quotation from the purchase order. Same, which I don't want to enter it again. So that's the reason. Fine. The purchase quote is created exactly like the purchase order. Okay. Then the purchase quote, again we have an approval workflow that can be configured. Release and then make order. The purchase order is quotation is converted to the purchase order. Now if we go back to the purchase quotes, the purchase quote has disappeared here. If you want to review, or if you wanted to review like what was the purchase quotation that we have made, we can always check on purchase quote archives. This will work only if we enable the setup in the purchase and payable setup. We have a setup in the purchase and payable set. We have a setup here. We have an option here, archiving. If you want to archive quotes, always archive orders, we need to enable, so that if there are any changes that are happening on orders or on quotes, every version will be archived with the version number. Sorry, with the version number here. So if you see, this is the quotation that we have converted to the order. So always you can check on in the archive list. Fine, let's go back to the purchase order. Again, the purchase order has been created and the document, you can release it. Now you can receive, there are multiple ways of posting a purchase order. Like once we can receive the quantity partially, or we can receive the quantity fully, or you can receive an invoice at the same time, or you can receive now and invoice later via purchase invoice document. Or if you have multiple purchase orders that was made for this particular supplier, and you receive and you wanted to combine 3 to 4, you want to combine 3 to 4 receipts to make one invoice. Like if you want to combine two different purchase orders and made as a one invoice, that option is also available. So let's see how many scenarios we can cover within the limited time. First, let's start with the complete receiving and invoicing at the same time. Okay, I'll try to post it. System will not allow because it will ask me to enter the lot number. Assign lot number, expiry date. Actually, the setup can be done automatically. Expiry date calculation on the item master, which I think we missed to set up. It's fine. See, along with the posting, we have an option called preview posting, again, which will help us to find if there are any errors before posting and fixing everything. Because once the document is released, you cannot do any changes. You have to reopen the document and you have to do. That's the reason always I think it's better to use the preview posting option before you know, before going for the actual posting. System is asking the vendor invoice number to be updated. It's basically the supplier invoice number. Posting now. Yeah, fine. Okay, once the purchase order is posted, then the purchase order is gone from the, I think it has disappeared from the purchase order list. Let's see. Yeah, it's gone. This is the order. This is the purchase order that we created from the blanket purchase, and the 106026 purchase order has been deleted because it was completely received and invoiced. So once the goods are received, posted purchase receipt document will be created, which is called as a GRN, which is called as a goods receipt note in a generic terms actually. So if we see, this is the GRN. This is the posted purchase receipt that was created for 100 kg and invoice on the posted purchase invoice level. Yeah. This is the invoice for the carry forward. Okay. Since we have posted one purchase order and we have posted the invoice as well, let's handle the payment also. And then let's see the other scenarios of canceling the invoice, posting another invoice and canceling it, how the credit memo should pass and all. Okay. Now, if we go back to let's see how the inventory has been impacted here. See, the inventory is now 300. It is telling the quantity on purchase order is still 100. We can track the all the inventory related details here. So if I click on the inventory, it is redirecting to the item ledger entry table where you can see today the entry type purchase, and this is the GRN number. The quantity of 100 is received on the main location. Okay. Since we have done the inventory, we have posted the purchase as well. Let's see the item availability by lot and see. You can see you have a inventory of 200 in this lot and you have an inventory of 100 in this lot, like lot 0007. This is how you can evaluate. Fine. Let's get back to the vendor here. Yeah, you can see there is a balance 2250 that should be paid to this vendor. Okay. For doing this payment, we use the payment journal directly from here. I mean, we can directly open the payment journal from here, or you can click on pay vendor option, which will redirect to the vendor ledger entries, like which will show the invoices that needs to be paid. And if you click on create payment, automatically the payment journal will be created. Yeah, this is the payment journal. Automatically the entry is created for this Carrefour. The value is 2250. And if we go, we have to apply, sometimes you will have multiple invoices to have to be, I mean, that need to be paid. So against which invoice we are doing the payment, that has to be done on the apply entries level. Okay. Yeah, here the upset we need to, I mean, I think you should just click on set applies to ID. Automatically the document number will be updated or assigned to this particular invoice. Okay. Then I am selecting the bank from the savings. That's it. Again, we have an approval workflow on this payment journal level approval workflows also on the Business Central. Yeah, I did the preview posting. Like, let's post it. Yeah, the payment is also done. Let's see, the balance is 0. I mean, it's like basically you don't need to pay anything for this vendor. We have cleared all the payments. Okay. Think Yeah, the balance is 0. Fine. Let's try to post one more purchase order and purchase invoice, and let's cancel it, and like cancel the invoice via credit memo or purchase written order, and let's check the impact. We have another purchase order here, right, for carry for. Instead of 100, I want to receive only 50 quantity because I got the stock of only 50. So I'm going to item tracking lines. I'm assigning the lot number. I'll just give an expiry date as something else. 50. And then here I'm only receiving it. I'm not doing invoice here. Okay. 50 we have received, and let's consider 50. 50 will come tomorrow. The remaining stock will come tomorrow. I'm assigning the lot number again with a different expiry again for the remaining 50 quantity and posting it. I'm not invoicing it here. I'm just receiving it. Fine. Now you can see the quantity received is 100, but in two different transactions. And the quantity is not yet invoiced. Okay. We have seen purchase invoicing directly from the purchase order before. Now let's try a different way of doing the purchase invoicing, where most of the companies does this process instead of invoicing directly from the purchase, because mostly the invoice will be handled by the finance part. So finance team, so they basically follows this approach only. Okay. If we go to the purchase invoice again, like if we click on new, we'll just put the vendor information, and there is a functionality called here get receipt lines. It will show all the pending posted receipts that has to be invoiced, that should be invoiced. Okay. It could be from the same purchase order. It could be from the different purchase orders also. Like, but it should be related to the same supplier or same vendor. Okay. Now when I select, automatically the lines are created in the system, and I think I need to give the vendor invoice number, which is a supplier tax invoice number. Upon posting, same, the invoice is created here. Okay. Again, if we check the vendor, the vendors, the balance will be there. 2,250, because we have received one in GRN, and we have posted one invoice against the supplier, which is the value of 2,250 there, 50 pounds. Consider consider a scenario that the stock we have received is not good, or we want to return the stock, or maybe the invoice was created with some wrong information, with the wrong pricing, whatever the scenarios. Now we have to go and cancel the invoice that we have posted. Okay. Here on the posted purchase invoice, we have three options. One is correct, one is cancel, and one is create corrective credit memo. Correct, mostly it will just reverse this a purchase invoice only. It will just pass the credit memo. Cancel, system will create and post the credit memo automatically, where your inventory will be deducted, as well as where and your value will be round off, like value also will be reduced from the supplier, like vendor master. Create corrective credit memo, maybe out of like this 50 and 50, like 100 kg, only like 80 kg you wanted to reverse, or 80 quantity is damaged, or 80 quantity is like near about to expire, so you want to return the stock of 80 quantity. If that is the case, if you click on create corrective credit memo, the credit memo document will be created, and you can do the changes and post the credit memo as well. Okay. So, or we can directly create purchase return order as well. You can directly make the purchase return order by clicking on new, by selecting carry 4. Again, we have, I think, get posted document lines to reverse functionality, where you can get the invoices that should be reversed, that needs to be reversed actually. Here I will just put everything. 1 second. Yes. Yeah, I think this is the invoice which we wanted to reverse. Okay. Then the vendor credit memo number again. Upon posting. Yeah. The posted purchase credit memo is created, and we can see the impact on the inventory and we can see the impact on the vendor both. Let's check the inventory impact. Again, it is 300 now. If we check the transactions, the purchase return was posted. You can track on the item ledger entries as well. The 50 quantity was returned back, like the return shipment happened, like this is the purchase return shipment number. And if we go back and check on the vendor, the balance is 0 again. Okay. And when it comes to, I think this is more or less, I mean, this is pretty much that we have like on the purchase module, the basics. These are just the basics, and we have a lot of reports that are built on the purchase level, on the purchase as well, where you can check on the role center page by going to all reports. Yeah, there are some Power BI reports as well, and normal analysis reports as well. Yeah. Inventory purchase orders, vendor item purchases, top 10 vendors, your catalogs, and these are related to the vendor and the inventory and the vendor. If we want any specific reports for vendors also, we have vendor trail balance, vendor detail trail balance. Let's run one vendor trail balance report for a vendor, again carry 4. This okay, we have to put the date filter. From the beginning of the year till end of the year, for example. This is the vendor trail balance. And we have something called vendor detail trail balance, which gives more detailed information about the vendor financials, like the invoices, the payments, the credit memos, everything. The payment reversal, if there is anything in detail, it will give. Apart from that, we have Power BI reports on purchase as well, which is again very, very interesting. I'll try to show. Purchase app. Yeah. Try to enable this. I'm not sure which data it will take, but yeah, let's see. Yeah, it will give, yeah, purchase overviews, the purchase decomposition, the daily purchases, moving average. It's actually very, very, very good reports. Actually, these are moving annual total, the period over period. You can, I'm not sure whether you can customize on the purchase app, but you can do some customizations on the interface level on the inventory app actually. Purchases by item. If we see this, if I enable the focus mode, I'm not able to do that now. Yeah, I'm not able to do the focus mode. Yeah, it's fine. Purchases by items, the purchases by vendors. You know, these are all the reports that are available in the standard Microsoft Power. If you have a Power BI license, you can connect. You just need to do the setup on the Power BI connector setup on the Business Central, and your data will be automatically refreshed based on the setup or based on the job queue that you are configured. Yes, I think the time is also up, and yeah, this is more or less about the purchase module, the basic purchase module that we have in the Business Central. If you have anything like if you have any queries, you can drop a message in the chat, or you can connect me in LinkedIn. I can share the details on the group as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chandana, for that great end-to-end demonstration. As you've learned from that scenario, is very much involved, digital bookkeeping. And I think one thing that I think is clear to everyone is that our industry is basically ripe for AI and automation, and it just shows how involved double entry accounting and ERP is. But that doesn't it doesn't just end there, by the way, guys. We will be carrying on. In fact, the next session we will go back to the financial end-to-end to help ensure that you've understood the end-to-end flow of transactions, and that's with none other